les envoyer parce qu'ils étaient pas. Oui, ils veulent avoir un signal pour avoir les micros en ligne. Je vais le mettre dans le sous-groupe. Non, c'était pas nous autres, c'était eux autres. Là, je l'envoie pas dans le master.
Hey, je vais te poser une autre question. Ça, c'est. Est-ce que c'est pour que ça soit allumé? Comment ça se passe?
Non, ça, on n'a pas besoin.
T'as pas besoin de ça?
Non.
OK.
Je sais pas si c'est des batteries.
OK, c'est beau, c'est super. C'est juste ça, en fin de compte. Avec les antennes Wi-Fi, les antennes, là. Ouais. T'es correct avec.
Check, check. Là, on a du volume. Est-ce que tu vérifies avec elle si elle a du volume dans ses affaires en ligne? Ben, ils ont branché de quoi hier dans mon système? Check, check. Et. Check. Et. C'est bon? Ben, vous tout, là. Ben, j'avais demandé à René, j'ai dit, pense-toi Christian, je vais essayer des fois, tu sais, mais c'est tout le temps une niaiserie.
Ouais, non, je savais que c'était une niaiserie, mais là, j'ai vérifié avec ça ici, et je les ai tous essayés. Mais.
Non, c'est ça, ça a diminué la console parce qu'il était branché à un corps, puis elle n'a pas.
Puis là-bas, je les ai vérifiés, tout est bien beau.
Tout fonctionne.
Tout est bien beau, il n'y a pas de problème.
Ça, t'es laissé allumé ou t'es fermé?
Ferme-les, puis moi, je vais revenir ici, là, puis je vais.
Check, check. Et. Ça a l'air bon, ça, je pense.
OK, oui. Un, deux. One, two. Pascal Grondin, demandez à l'information. 1, 2. Un, deux.
Ah, OK, parfait, ça.
Les
Excellent.
autres, il y en a 3 autres, là. OK. Fait qu'un petit piton, là. C'est le petit piton, là. Ici, là. Puis pour le former, tu le tiens à bout, là.
Là, il est comme quoi? Il est juste comme fermé. Un, deux.
Puis pour le former,
Tu le tiens?
ouais.
Alors bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Présent pour l'Expo Boeuf 2021. C'est vraiment un privilège le port du masque en tout temps dans l'entreprise adjustment day instruction. You have to wear a mask at all times, from the entrance to the collision, and during the driving, exhibitor, and everybody. Keep a distance of 2 meters, and also respect the capacity restriction of the on va pouvoir commencer sur le start de drill. That's elle nous a quittés déjà il y a une judge for the Angus today is Heifer again. She's the agency, Canadian She's also a partner in the supervision institute. certainly a nice class as far as those heads are starting to play with. I think we have really two top big wiggles to start this class off with, and I don't think too long as one of the first two like the front end, the thoughtlessness of the structure. The second place bull, but I really like the natural muscle in the first place bull and the depth, and the true muscle in the finish when he gets out and walks. He sets down on a really nice quick leg, walks through on his width from as compared to the front and back. My second place bull gets a little shallower up to his wrist, might show that rim to the side, and the natural muscle there is in the top of certainly two top individuals. The third bull is a bull that I think just needs a bit more time. I think you're going to learn to appreciate this guy a little bit more. Once again, he's really structured similar to the bull that's just standing above him. Really good weight, through to those shoulders. He's got a really good eye appeal to that head. There's certainly a lot of things going on. My fourth place bull is a bull that's just coming in there a little fresher, a little leaner, given a bit more time and a little bit more groceries. I think you'll see a bull
Over here on the Shorthorn side, this white bull July yearling, a bull that's certainly showing the niceness about his maturity and everything, but what's really nice on this bull is this way he's structured, the way he presents no problems, he's not really joints, but he's strong in his structure. He's really smooth through his shoulder, he's strong down that top line. If I could change this bull, I just want to give him a little bit more bulge down that stripe, a little bit more rounded, quarter to him. But other than that, I think we've got a pretty good bull that's going to certainly be.
Alors, un peu pour des Angus, c'est avec un grand plaisir que je me joins à vous aujourd'hui au Boeuf. Je vais dire un petit bonjour en anglais, puis je vais revenir avec mes commentaires en français. Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure it is for me to be back home in Judge Angus show. L'année mâle Angus, je commence avec un veau qui a le plus de volume, plus de profondeur, un veau qui a beaucoup de performance pour son âge. Je lui donne cet avantage-là au niveau de mon deuxième, malgré que j'aimerais bien changer son devant et au niveau des épaules. Le veau en deuxième, probablement le mieux fait en avant au niveau des épaules, mais quand on regarde au niveau de la performance, je dois le laisser en deuxième. Probablement le plus complet au niveau de tous les profondeurs, l'épaisseur, le style. Le veau en troisième, un changement à la dernière minute, un veau qui est très bien lancé dans le devant, mais quand on le regarde de derrière, j'aimerais qu'il soit plus large au niveau des étillons, plus large au niveau du dos. Alors peut-être un taureau qui a plus de futur au niveau de la facilité au vélage, mais au niveau de la performance aujourd'hui, je dois le laisser dans le troisième. Le veau en quatrième, probablement pas sa meilleure journée pour se montrer. Il est rentré en vitesse, où il voulait sortir en vitesse, mais quand même, quand on le regarde, il est très bien fait. Encore là, au niveau du devant, au niveau du dos, des pattes et tout. Mais quand on le compare aux trois en avant de lui, il manque un peu de performance pour pouvoir compétitionner. Les deux taureaux qui finissent notre classe, des taureaux qui ont beaucoup de potentiel, mais aujourd'hui, ils sont un petit peu, ils sont moins performants que ceux en avant d'eux. So we're starting off our class here with a very powerful, deep, thick bull calf. And you can go ahead and walk out if you want. I think you're exiting that way. So I'm giving that advantage over my second calf, my second place bull calf. I just could not overlook how powerful he is throughout, even though I'd like to change his front end just a wee bit. The bull calf in second, I think that's where he shines. He's got a nicer front end, a little tighter shoulder, walks well, but just gets outperformed just a tad. The calf in third, probably one of the most attractive profiling bull calf, but when you get in behind him, he certainly doesn't have the width of pins or top to compete against the three ahead of him. Thank you.
Alors, résultat dans la race Angus, dans les taureaux de nez de l'année. En première position, Mac Just Chilling de David Simmental. En deuxième position, chapeau numéro 6 de Emmanuel Chanaille avec l'exhibit Covey Hill Stinger. Troisième position, Reynolds Tamper de Sandy Reed. En quatrième position, chapeau numéro 4, Service Animal Noiseux avec San 125R Homeground. En cinquième position, Dynamic Joe Snow de Rénal Noiseux. Et en sixième position, chapeau numéro 5, Donovan Dale Johnny Cash de Gérald Ekita Donovan.
Over here on the Shorthorn side, I think we've got a really nice bull that we can talk highly of all the way around on every corner, every angle that you look at him. He's certainly a bull that's attractive from the side, But, you know, you look at him from the front, well, he's really laid in nice on those shoulders, really got a good character about that head. You know, certainly paints a nice picture for the Shorthorn breed when you think of the breed as producing this type of individual. He's got enough muscle expression. He's really nice down through his stifle. But what I think really sells this bull to me is he got a nice balance of bone to muscle mass, and he puts it all together in a good sound package. You know, he's great on the stance, but what I really like is when he gets out and walks, well, you know, the joints work right, the joints don't pop, they just all work together and help carry that body mass through. You know, a very good individual. Thank you.
Alors, dans la race Shorthorn, le juge a mentionné, évidemment, il y a un seul exhibit, mais un excellent taureau. Très bon développement musculaire, bien balancé. Donc, en première place, évidemment, Shadybrook Pale Fire Chief avec l'exhibit et propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorn.
My 2-year-old Shorthorn bull that we're looking at here now, you know, certainly helps me carry on with with what I've been promoting as far as my type of a bull. No matter what color or what breed he is, you know, he's a bull with a lot of balance, a lot of maturity, a lot of character about him. But you know, once again, he's strong topped. He's good bone, but he's balanced bone to his body mass. This bull is maybe a little greener than my yearling champion bull, but you know, he still, you know, comes through here pretty honest. You know, he's right in his joints. He's sound in his structure. You know, certainly a bull that I think I can certainly be high on. Thank you.
Alors, dans la race Shorthorn, le taureau de 2 ans. Première position est champion senior, propriété de Carrie Johnston avec Millbrook Redline. Et juste auparavant, ils avaient fait aussi le champion junior et champion junior de réserve, qui était à ce moment-là de propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorn avec Shadybrook Fire Chief et de junior réserve de la ferme Cedar avec Cedar Grove Gold Mine. Ils vont procéder maintenant au grand champion.
On the Angus side, we've got a pair of young yearlings. A May is starting off the class, a bull that's got extreme muscling. I love the top in him. He moves well. He's really deep. Just a little outpowers the bull that we have in second. Now, the bull in second is a June, so obviously a young bull that is early in his development. But if you look at him, you know, really there's only a month difference between the two, so I'd just like to see a little more power in order for him to compete with the one in front of him. But he does have beautiful lines and looks like he could add a lot to a herd, maybe even on the Cavigny side. Dans notre classe de taureaux d'1 an, on a un taureau qui est venu au monde au mois de mai, qui gagne la classe assez facilement ici au niveau de sa performance, au niveau de sa musculature, sa profondeur. Un taureau qui est très développé pour son âge. On le suit en deuxième place avec un taureau qui est du mois de juin, donc il y a seulement qu'un mois de différence entre les deux. Le taureau du mois de juin peut-être pas la musculature pour compétitionner avec celui en avant de lui, mais il y a de très belles lignes. Un taureau qui se promet d'être un taureau de facilité au vélage avec la façon que son devant, son épaule est formé. 2 très beaux taureaux. Merci.
Alors, dans la race Angus, en première position, propriété de David Semple avec Mac Vigilant. Et en deuxième position, chapeau numéro 7, propriété de Kenneth Beworth avec Rex Eddy.
And my parents don't speak English, so I still talk to them once in a while. Yeah, so gone, but not completely forgotten. Went to school in French until university. Okay. And I never worked. So, you know, kind of have the best of the two worlds. Yes, it's handy for sure. Yeah. But it has nothing to do with luck. Because people like to say, oh, there's luck. You know, it's hard work.
It is.
When it comes to cow terms, I'm a little short on that.
You're doing great. It's a little small. Thanks. It's a little small.
You know, I think the Shorthorn exhibitors would be pretty pleased with the bulls they've got out here representing their breed this morning. You know, this isn't an easy decision to pick amongst these 3 bulls. You've got a pretty promising calf here, followed by another calf that shows a lot of future. You know, I can certainly envision that this calf one day managed right and everything and just kind of let him do his own thing. He's going to end up, you know, as good, if not better than the 2 bulls above him. But that's a prediction that I'm maybe not ready to just totally lay some money down on yet today, but it's certainly a thought in my mind. My yearling bull is a bull that he's so attractive. You know, he's good. I'd like to put a little bit more heart, a little bit more forerib in him to make him the perfect bull. But, you know, at the same time, perfect bulls don't always change anything. And as a breeder, I'm always wanting to change something, better one aspect of my program and everything. But this bull, to me, I think, if nothing else, he's going to add a good look to his progeny. And then the cow can do her part, and then you've got a pretty good combination going. My 2-year-old bull is a bull that's fresh. I like the way he walks out here. He's not covered in a pile of hair. You know, he's not clipped to a certain type. You know, he is what he is. You take him or you leave him, and I can certainly buy him in his honesty. He, too, presents a pretty good character about him, the way he holds himself proud and holds that head up and that shoulder lays in and everything. Yes, I'd like to see him just a little bit more of a showy look, but, you know, we got to remember the ribbons don't work in ATM machines. We have to have something we can actually take to the bank. And that's where I think we got to keep in mind what we're looking at when we're looking at these show cattle. But with that in mind, I'm going to go out and pick you my champion bull and my reserve champion Shorthorn bull today. Keep in mind they are my champions. You pick your own.
Alors, le grand champion dans la race Shorthorn, Le chapeau numéro 6, propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorn avec l'exhibit Shadybrook Fire Chief. Et la réserve Grand Champion, chapeau numéro 7, propriété de Carrie Johnston avec l'exhibit Millbrook Red Line.
Alors, sur le côté Angus, on a 2 taureaux dans la classe des seniors 1 an. Un taureau exceptionnel qui commence ici en premier. Un taureau qui est très difficile à trouver des défauts. J'aime bien la façon qu'il se déplace, la qualité de ses pattes, de ses pieds, de la musculature du devant. En fait, c'est un taureau que j'admire beaucoup de la tête jusqu'à la queue. Le taureau en deuxième, ça n'enlève rien à ses qualités. C'est un taureau qui est très bien fait aussi. En fait, c'est le même modèle en plus petit, mais un taureau qui est très bien fait aussi, qui se déplace bien. On l'a vu même en action au début. Un taureau qui est très agile sur ses pattes. In this class of senior yearlings on the Angus side, we've got an exceptional bull starting the class here, a bull that definitely could take on a lot of competition. Pretty hard to fault. I think overall, I love the lines. I love the depth of ribs. I love how wide he is on top. He seems to be perfect condition for this time of year. A bull that I really, if you haven't caught on to that I really like. I think the bull we have in second is just in really tough company today. He's actually very similar, just in a smaller model. A bull that is well put together. He displayed how well he can move and how agile he is. He just gets overpowered here today. Thank you. So you can just come in behind. We're going to bring the other 2 first and second. Pardon? Excuse-moi? Oui.
OK. Alors, dans la race Angus, en classe numéro 4, les taureaux du 1er janvier au 29 février. En première position, propriété de Emmanuel Chanaille avec Covey Hill Captain. Et en deuxième position, propriété de Christopher Boucher avec Powerline Homer. OK. Alors, dans la race Angus, on procède au championnat junior. Il nous manque un exhibit de Kenneth Beerworth. L'exhibit Red Rex Heady. Well, ouais.
Yeah, he's coming.
He's on his way. Movie? You say Harold or Charlie ran. Really hung on to every name he could there. C'est mis dans le film. Ils sont boutés dans la même bouteille. Here too. So, show them.
Sur le côté Angus, dans le championnat junior, j'ai choisi la première place de la classe de janvier. Comme j'avais dit auparavant, un taureau qui est très complet et qui est très impressionnant. J'ai choisi le taureau qui a gagné la classe du mois de mai ou la classe junior pour réserve. Un taureau qui est semblable, qui peut-être est pas aussi fort au niveau des membres arrière, mais qui est semblable dans son style. For our junior champion, Angus bull, I went with our January bull. I talked about him a fair bit in class. I think a very complete bull that is quite impressive, really, from head to tail. I used a May yearling to come in reserve behind him. He's similar in his kind, perhaps not quite as strong on his feet and legs, but definitely worthy of coming in reserve behind him.
Alors, le champion junior dans la race Angus, chapeau numéro 8, propriété de David Semple avec Mac Vigilance. Et la réserve junior, chapeau numéro 10, propriété d'Emmanuel Chenaille avec Covey Hill Captain.
Alors, sur le côté Angus, on a seulement un taureau de 2 ans, un très beau taureau bien fait, qui représente bien la race, en fait, en sa conformation, profondeur, épaisseur, etc. On our Angus side, we only have one 2-year-old bull, but a pretty darn good one. Very complete bull, super deep, moves well. I think a bull that could stand a whole bunch of competition.
Alors, résultat dans la race Angus pour taureau de 2 ans, propriété de Rénal Noiseux avec l'exhibit Dynamic Ground Breaker. On demande dans l'aréna la propriété de Christopher Boucher avec son exhibit A.F. Anderson Snipes.
The older ones, so the January. And then the May.
moi, je comprends comme ça. Yep. I don't need a microphone.
Easy to keep up. On the Angus side of our show, we have a 4-year-old bull here that looks pretty spectacular. It's hard enough to bring big bulls out, let alone a 4-year-old. So I give my most highest regards to those who got this bull ready and brought him out in this good a shape and this good a behavior as well. So a really complete. Love the spring of rib. Love how he's put together. Love the front end of this bull. I hope he's breeding as well as he looks, because he certainly is a very well-rounded individual this morning. Dans la classe des taureaux adultes Angus, ce qui est un peu une spécialité du Québec. Alors, c'est une classe qui n'existe pas dans les autres expositions à l'extérieur du Québec, peut-être même à l'extérieur de Expo Boeuf, je ne suis pas vraiment au courant, mais c'est toujours très difficile de préparer des taureaux de 2 ans pour l'exposition. Donc, quand on est capable de préparer un taureau de 4 ans, comme celui qu'on a devant nous, je félicite les gens qui sont derrière cet animal-là, parce qu'il est très bien présenté, il est en condition de chair parfaite et il est aussi très docile. Et ce fait que c'est un individu qui est bien complet de tous les sens. Alors, mes félicitations à la ferme qui le présente aujourd'hui.
Alors, dans la race Angus, taureau de plus de 2 ans, propriété de Christopher Boucher avec l'exhibit Anderson Snipes. On va procéder maintenant à la classe champion senior dans la race Angus. Alors, le champion senior, propriété de Christopher Boucher, avec l'exhibit Anderson Snipes, et le réserve senior, propriété de Rénal Noiseux, avec Dynamic Groundbreaker. On va pouvoir maintenant procéder à notre grand champion Angus pour l'Expo Boeuf 2021.
got the 12, 12, 10, 1. Grand Champions going to be between the 12, 10, 1 of your first, 11, 8, 6,
12, 10, 1,
Yeah.
11, 8, and 6.
That's how they're going to be lined up.
Okay.
Well, is she lining them up different? No, the 12 first ones are going to be in front, 6 is in the back.
So that's it?
That's it, that's right.
Wait, Alex and Mark changed bulls, okay?
Yep.
Okay. I tell you, this is stressful work. I've never smoked a day in my life. I need a cigarette.
Ben là, je vais partir avec mes champignons tout à l'heure. Il va falloir que je change de champignons. Oui.
I don't have them.
I have to grab the banners.
You're doing a wonderful job.
No, I gave them the females, not the males.
I'm glad it's her and not me.
Sur le côté Angus, dans le championnat de taureau, c'est un défi assez intéressant. On n'avait pas beaucoup d'animaux dans les classes individuelles, mais quand on les assemble pour le championnat, que ce soit ceux qui ont été champions dans leur division ou ceux qui ont été les réserves dans leur division, c'est un groupe très impressionnant et assez... encore là, le défi est assez grand pour choisir lequel est le meilleur et lequel est le deuxième meilleur. Il y a certainement des différences, mais des différences qui sont très acceptables. Alors moi, je suis très contente avec la ligne, les deux lignes qui sont ici. On the Angus side, well, the heat is on. We may not have had many big numbers in our individual classes or divisions, but when you've got them all assembled, these two lines here are quite impressive. And certainly adds an extra notch or two to the challenge of picking one champion and one reserve. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate the exhibitors. I will pick my champions by handshakes, which I'm really happy to see that people are not too worried about shaking my hands, considering that I'm an Albertan. Alors, je vais choisir mon champion et mon réserve en serrant la main aux exposants. Et comme je viens de dire, je suis très contente que les gens sont assez ouverts à me serrer la main malgré que je suis une résidente de l'Alberta.
Alors, le grand champion de l'Expo Boeuf 2021 dans la race Angus, propriété de Christopher Boucher avec Anderson Snipes. Et le réserve grand champion, propriété d'Emmanuel Chenaille avec Covey Hill Captain.
Nobody's complaining. I don't need one. Trust me.
When I look at this class of shorthorn heifers, I would say to all you shorthorn breeders, count yourselves blessed that you've got this strong a group of heifer calves to start off the shorthorn female show. There's different types out here, but they're good types. And one thing about needing to keep some variation in your types and everything, is to, because that gives you more options. Someone makes wrong choice, well, you got options to fall back on. But there's good heifers front to back down here. They're just all made a little bit different. Just bring that first heifer up and round and let the second one follow and just keep walking on out. But to me, this heifer comes to the top pretty easy, and she comes to the top pretty easy in a strong class of heifer calves. But what I like about this heifer is just that immediate look she gives you. Everything she does without thinking about it. She isn't made to do it. She just does it, and it's got a nice natural look. She's strong in her structure. She's sweet in her presentation, and has a lot of character about her, and I just love the way this heifer presents herself. But this February heifer that follows that January heifer, just the same emblem, except just in a little bit younger package. Go around that way if you don't mind, so I can talk about you. And the one thing about these top three heifers is what they're doing. They just get out and they convince me that they're doing it because that's the way they're made and everything. But this white heifer, I really like her. She's probably a little deeper ribbed, deeper hearted than the heifers above her. But, just probably needs a little bit more heart to go with that complete package. And if I was fitting her, I'd leave a little bit more hair up on that neck because to me she seems a little shallow-throated. And we talk capacity in these animals, and we need capacity right up there at that throat so they can take in a lot of forage and then have a good gut, good heart, and everything to forage and survive. And that's why I want to see these animals a little deeper throated, not sloppy throated, but a little deeper throated. This good deep bodied heifer here just leaving now, she's the deepest bodied, roundest ribbed heifer, widest top, widest rear ended heifer, but she doesn't give me that natural walk that I want to see. I can't help but think that as she gets older and if she gains weight like she's a good doing heifer, is it going to present a problem? And that causes me a bit of concern. But I love her for her substance, her depth of body. These last few heifers walking out here don't knock them because I put them down the class. They're good, strong heifers. They're just showing a little bit of difference in their maturity, stage of maturity and everything, but they're heifers that have a lot of good look to them. You know, they're heifers I think are workable heifers, and they're heifers that give you a little bit of option as to what type of bull you want to breed them to. You know, you get on up into those heifers like that really deep, thick-made heifer, you're keyholed into the type of bull you have to use on her. I like to have some options available, you know, in my females, and that's why I appreciate those females that I put up at the top. Thanks. Bye.
Alors, résultat dans la race Shorthorn. En première position, propriétaire de Stillbrook Farm avec l'exhibit Stillbrook Destiny, chapeau numéro 15. En deuxième position, propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorn avec l'exhibit Shadybrook Savory, chapeau numéro 9. Troisième position, également propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorn avec Shadybrook Bella, chapeau numéro 10. Quatrième position, propriété de Samuel Dempsey avec Perfect Fool. En cinquième position, de Daniel Sonnet avec Sonnet Julia. En sixième position, Stillbrook Farm avec Stillbrook Dakota, chapeau numéro 13. En septième position, chapeau numéro 11 de la ferme Cedar Grove avec Cedar Grove Sally Jane. Et en huitième position, chapeau numéro 8, également de la ferme Cedar Grove avec Cedar Grove Perfect Jolene.
Only one in this class of yearling Shorthorns heifer. This is August yearling heifer, really smooth-made, strong-topped yearling. Certainly has a good cow look to her.
Alors, en première position dans la race Shorthorn, propriété de la ferme Cedar Grove, avec l'exhibit Cedar Grove Rose.
Sur le côté Angus, on a 2 classes de jeunesse de l'année. Alors, on m'a demandé de choisir 5 qui sont ici dans aucune... Ils sont pas placés en particulier. C'est seulement que les 5 que je demande de revenir et je dois excuser les 3 autres. Il va y avoir une autre classe avec un grand nombre aussi où je choisirai 5, la même chose. Et après, on va ramener les 10, donc les 5 de chaque classe pour le placement final. So on our Angus side, I guess we have 2 heats of heifer calves, so I was asked to pick 5 to come back. So these are my 5 on this side. Unfortunately, I have to excuse the other 3. And then we'll have a second heat where I'll pick 5 again, and then we'll place the 10 finalists, 1 to 10, on a third round. By the way, they were not placed in any particular order.
No, I would imagine there's just the garbage.
We took pictures without our masks on, so
Oh, I know.
we're already flirting with possibilities of doo-doo. If I put this mask back on backwards, let me know, okay? Because I don't always check to make sure that
You'll be upside down.
it's a warm bugger.
Well, there's these ones if you want to.
Oh, and I have my own. I just thought, by respect to the
I know. Jill.
Ils savent pas si elle est aux toilettes, ça fait la cuisine, ça fait son lavage, puis ça va toujours exploser. C'est là, Adèle, quand me donne le compte, le numéro de compte, elle transfère. Juste la semaine passée. Des fois déposé. Elle m'a dit, en fin de compte, on a décidé d'envoyer par la main.
Been avoiding you all day.
Can't do that. Okay, if I take a bottle of water. Yeah. Okay. I thought I'd ask. I like to ask. What? Try and eliminate with my fingers. There we go. I have my fingers in them. I've asked my Shorthorn exhibitor just stay there till I'm done talking on, because I think this is really a unique package of 5 bred yearlings to talk about. You can probably start this class off with a number of different of these, any one of these heifers, for your own good reason. Probably the only trouble I have is deciding whether to go with my younger February heifer that's in second or the older January heifer in first. But you can't deny the volume and the cow look that first place heifer gives you. She's really smooth, down her side. She comes off of that rib into that rib cage, in a good way, which ends up making room for that heart and that lung capacity, which a good producing cow always needs. But, the same can be said for that young February heifer, that smaller framed heifer. And I really like the that cow look that both these two heifers give me, just in the way they're made, the way they look, the way their head sets on them, and the way they present themselves, certainly I appeal. The least showy heifer in the whole class is my third place heifer. This big horse, though has cow written all over her. You just look at that broodiness through that head and that front end, and if she had some hair, you'd probably smooth up her presentation a bit. But she is what she is, and she's good in the way she's made from the ground up. I really like the way she just gets out and walks. I can see this cow looking even better out in the pasture, and making the owner of her pretty proud that he's got a cow made like her. In the end, what's going to sort out these heifers is what they do as a cow, the production, not so much the ribbon, but the production that they give their owners, and that is something I'm not going to predict. I don't know what bull they're bred to. I don't know the potential of the sire of the bull they're bred to. But one thing I do feel comfortable is all 5 of these heifers have the good probability of being a good cow. Under good management and everything, well, I think they stand a good chance of being profitable factories for their owners. And there's just nothing really negative I can say about either one of them. You go out and you pick your class winner here, and I'm not going to argue with you, just as I don't think you have any grounds to argue with me for my first, second, third place today for my reasons. But, once again, another good class that holds the Shorthorn breed up, pretty proud in coming up with these type of females. Thanks.
Alors, dans la race Shorthorn, en première position, propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorn, avec l'exhibit Shadybrook Verona, chapeau numéro 19. En deuxième position, de Millbrook Red Rose. En troisième position, chapeau numéro 17, de Stillbrook Farm, avec Stillbrook Diva. Quatrième position, chapeau numéro 20, de Stillbrook Farm également, avec Stillbrook Dynasty. Et en cinquième position, de Daniel Sonnet, chapeau numéro 18, avec Sonnet Elia.
Alors, sur le côté Angus, on a excusé 3 des génisses dans le deuxième groupe. On en a gardé 5. Les 5 autres devraient rentrer immédiatement. Alors, les 5 qu'on a ici, ils ne sont pas placés en aucun ordre en particulier. So in our second heat of heifer calves on the Angus side, we excused 3 of them and kept 5. They are not placed in any particular order. We're just waiting on the other 5 to come in, and then we'll judge the class. marché hier. You got the senior. Yeah.
We just got one 2-year-old shorthorn pair for you to look at today, but one thing I can really compliment this young 2-year-old on is her calf is pretty near a spitting image of her. And I want, when I'm judging these cow-calf pairs, that's one thing I do look for is, seeing that stamp that mother has made, not just through the milk, but also in the type of individual that she's raising, and certainly that example is there today.
Alors, dans la race Shorthorn, la championne junior, propriété de Shadybrook Shorthorns avec l'exhibit Shadybrook Verona, et la réserve junior Millbrook Red Rose, propriété de First Class Marketing et Hatfield Shorthorn.
Once again, a good shorthorn female with a really good heifer calf there in front of her. You know, certainly you can see the productive ability of this 4-year-old female.
Wow, on the Angus side, it doesn't get a whole lot more difficult than this. First of all, I don't think it's really fair that we started with some March heifers and then roll into Januaries. It would be so great if these classes would be split in smaller groups to give a fair chance for these exhibitors to display their animals. Like, these heifers are second to none, and I think it take competition no matter where they go. So it made it a tad challenging. We definitely have some different types, and it had to be a bit of a give and take and compromise situation right from the get-go when I had to pick 5 in the first and second heat and then to bring them back. But when they come in looking this way with that kind of style, that kind of width at top, that kind of leg, I think you just have to start off with this heifer. I think she's exceptional. Beautiful shape of her rib. I just love the way how she shows herself. I love her front end. Just a beautiful heifer from head to toe. I'm giving her that advantage to this one. This is a really fancy heifer, and when she shows herself, she's quite attractive as well. Maybe a little tighter made, but really complete in her own right. A heifer that the more you look at her, the more you like her. She's got beautiful lines to her rib as well, just maybe not the overall attractiveness that we have in our first package. Then we come to my problem heifer. Heifer that half the time you just love her and half the time you just want to smack her on the side of the head. She does fall apart a little bit in the front end. I think she needs some more time to grow into herself. Today, that's why I have to falter in order to be any higher. But I think a broody type female in the making, a very nice shape. Maybe a tad over-conditioned for me for a baby, but I think I see cow all over her. Another heifer that gave me trouble. When she shows herself, she is quite good, but if you take a second look, she's a little tighter in the front end, in the shoulder, and when she does things like that with her head, she's not helping herself, but I think a really, really nice heifer to come in our fourth hole. Another problem heifer here. Heifer that is extremely attractive, long. She's got that beautiful neck extension, so you got to love her for that. But she's a little tight for me, but probably what bothers me the most is her teat size. I think for a baby at this age, when I compare her to her peers, I'd like to see those teats a little more refined, but definitely a heifer that if she grows into that udder as a 2-year-old, I think she'll be spectacular, and we'll see her again. A big, powerful heifer follows her. I'm faulting her for that front end when she falls apart a little bit in that shoulder area, but look at those, look at that rib shape. I think that is very sought after. That's what we want. But in a show heifer, when it comes with a little shoulder, then it's a little bit more difficult to compete with the rest of the class. Down the line, heifers that obviously caught my eye for numerous reasons. Again, a give and take. We have a really thick muscle type of heifer here. Once in a while, she's not maybe displaying herself like I'd like to see. She gets a little bunched up under her legs get bunched up under her. But you gotta admire how easy doing she is and how well she's put together. And on down. But congratulations, this is an outstanding class of Angus. I'm going to go ahead and give my reasons in French, and you can lead off on that. Alors, comme je disais en anglais, une classe de génisses Angus exceptionnelle qui pourrait compétitionner n'importe où au niveau de la qualité. C'est pas vraiment juste d'avoir des génisses tout ensemble comme ça du mois de mars à aller jusqu'au mois de janvier. Alors, c'est difficile pour les exposants de pouvoir bien démontrer leur génisse. La génisse avec laquelle je commence, c'est la plus complète, c'est la plus attirante, c'est celle qui met tout ça ensemble, qui représente le moins de compromis. Elle a des bonnes pattes, des bons pieds, un bon dos. En fait, c'est très difficile de trouver des défauts. Je la suis avec une autre génisse que de plus qu'on la regarde, plus qu'on l'aime. Une génisse qui est bien proportionnée au niveau de la musculature et de la profondeur. Elle manque un peu d'attirance générale pour compétir avec la première, mais elle est très bonne. La génisse d'après, je l'ai mis 3e parce que je trouve que ses épaules étaient un peu trop sortis pour l'instant. Là, ils vont tous sortir, fait que c'est difficile de continuer mes commentaires. Mais en fait, il y avait beaucoup de compromis le reste de la classe. Il y a des génisses qui avaient de la profondeur, il y en a qui avaient de l'épaisseur, mais en tout et partout, une qualité exceptionnelle du début jusqu'à la fin qui doit être... on doit féliciter les éleveurs pour la quantité. Alors, mes félicitations à tous pour cette classe de génisses exceptionnelle.
Alors, dans la race Angus, pour les génisses de l'année, en première position, de Sarah Darrow, Derek Black, avec Bargy M. Beth. En deuxième position, de Cindy Reed, avec Red Home Princess. En troisième position, de David Semple, avec McQueen Mother. En quatrième position, de Rénal Noiseau, avec Dynamic Madame Pride. Et en cinquième position, de Kenneth Beerworth, avec Inside Sophie.
For the senior champion Shorthorn female, I think we have two pairs out here, that represent the breed and what I want to do in the beef industry. Certainly some good sound mother cows out there with some pretty good calves and proof of production in front of them. I'm going to go ahead and slap my champion. I'm not going to criticize one over the other. But once again, we have a case where I think you can pick your champion, your senior champion, and I'll pick mine. It's just I get to wear the judge's ribbon today, and I think once again, the Shorthorns have done themselves proud with the females they have out here representing the breed.
Alors, dans la race Shorthorn, la championne senior de Stillbrook Farm avec Stillbrook Addiction. Et la réserve senior de Blair Hallnut avec Shadybrook Perfect.
ça va voir. Là, c'était plus long. C'est la plus grosse, ça, là. Ils viennent passer. Puis eux autres, ils ont fini plus tôt.
She's just Cynthia. She just went to the ladies' room for a second. Yeah. Okay. Want me to sing?
I want to thank the Shorthorn breeders for the caliber of cattle that they brought out here for me to judge today. You know, we didn't have big numbers or anything, but the Shorthorn breed was pretty big in quality. And you know, if you haven't judged a cattle show before, it's a lot easier to judge a bunch of good ones than it is a bunch of plain ones, and we've certainly had the good ones out here today. I've thoroughly enjoyed being here. It was worth the flight and worth the time to come here and get to walk through these good Shorthorn cattle. And you know, when you got a bunch of good ones out here for your championship lineup, it gives me a comforting feeling. Whatever one I pick is guaranteed to be a good one. It may not be your choice, but it's a good one, and I'm justified in doing so. And that's certainly the case here when you look out here and see all these good ones. They enabled me to make a statement in the type of cattle I picked. And that's all I ask of any show, is that you give me enough of the cattle that I like, that I can make a statement in the ones that are out here for championship. But anyway, I'm going to pick my champion reserve. Once again, like I've said all day long, they're my champions. You pick your own, because it's your cow herd, it's your pasture that you've got to make money on.
So do I.
Dans la race Shorthorn, la grande championne de l'Expo Boeuf 2021, chapeau numéro 23, propriété de Stillbrook Farm avec l'exhibit Stillbrook Addiction. Et la réserve grande championne, chapeau numéro 19, propriété de Shellybrook Shorthorns avec l'exhibit Shellybrook Verona.
Du côté Angus, on a 3 génisses jeunes, une décembre, une septembre et une novembre. Donc, des génisses qui sont très jeunes, mais je pense que la décembre, elle est facilement, elle gagne la classe facilement. Une génisse qui a beaucoup de profondeur, beaucoup d'épaisseur. J'aime bien de la façon que sa croupe, elle est désignée, malgré qu'elle donne beaucoup de troubles à la personne qui la présente. En fait, les 3, ils sont un peu... il manque un peu de discipline, mais une très belle génisse pour commencer. La celle du milieu, une septembre, une génisse qui a beaucoup de féminité, mais elle est un petit peu plus étroite au niveau des ischions, de la croupe. Donc, pour compétitionner avec celle qui est en avant d'elle, je voudrais qu'elle soit un peu plus large. La génisse rouge qui est la troisième, en fait aujourd'hui c'est pas sa meilleure journée pour se montrer, mais une génisse qui démontre beaucoup de potentiel. Juste aujourd'hui, c'est ça, elle a un peu de chemin à faire pour pouvoir se démontrer plus compétitive avec les deux autres. On the Angus side, we've got a bit of an hodgepodge of age here. We have a December, a September, and a November. So three nice heifers in their own rights, but I think the December heifer wins the class easily. She's deep and thick, and heifer that shows some nice performance. None of these heifers are showing themselves really well today, so it's a bit of a challenge to see them at their best, but nice heifers nonetheless. The September heifer, probably the most feminine and attractive heifer as a package, but when you get in behind her, I'd like to see her a little bit wider in order to compete against the one in first. The red heifer that tails our class, I think a heifer that is a little bit green today and certainly not super happy to be in town, so she's not doing herself a favor. You see a lot of potential in her, but she needs a little time to be more prepared physically and mentally for the show ring in order to compete with the others.
Alors, résultat dans la race Angus, dans la classe numéro 8, en première position d'Emmanuel Chenaille avec l'exhibit Covey Hill Madame Pride, numéro 29. En deuxième position de Kenneth Beerworth avec Rex Chloé, chapeau numéro 31. Et en troisième position de Jason Morse avec Red Sunmar Hennessy, chapeau numéro 30.
I'm not supposed to look at this, that's why I'm trying not to look at it. So it's definitely, and would they be like Aprils or?
March and June.
March and June, all right. Carrying on with this hodgepodge of things. It's funny, on the yearlings, they break them into, smaller bits and pieces, but on the heifer calves, they all come, I guess the majority were January, so truly they're all the same month. There's just so many of them.
Yeah. And they were all beautiful.
Oh, it was a strong class. I really mean it when I say they'd be competitive no matter where they go. So, morning. Who are you with? What's your ties?
I'm the Mac Angus Spines.
So are you David's wife?
Yes.
Okay. I've known him for a long, long time.
Okay.
When we were kids, we used to, there's a little fair near where I'm from, the Chute.
Yes.
And David used to come to the Chute Fair, so that's what I would have met him. And Ormstown, we used to go to Ormstown. That was part of the circuit, so yeah. That's cool. And is that your son?
Both my sons. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice young man. They do a nice job.
Thank you. I have nothing to do with it.
That's good. No, nothing. Why you carry them for 9 months, and then I'm sure you fed them every day ever since. So you have lots to do with it.
But their cattle knowledge is all their father. I'm the city girl married the farmer.
Hey, that's all good. You make them good people, and then it doesn't matter. My grandmother, maternal grandmother is from St. Chrysostom.
Oh my God, it's 10 minutes from us.
I know. So when I was little, we used to go there once or twice a year to see my great-grandmother.
Oh my
So
God.
of course they're all dead now, but so we always
world.
have a small attachment.
Yeah.
Yes, little rooting there. Yeah. And then when I went to McDonald College, of course, we had a couple of people in my class from Howick. So.
I know, I'm just following. I'm trying to keep up with you. feisty today. After that, it's junior champion. Because after that,
Sur le côté Angus, on a une tare du mois de mars et une tare du mois de juin. Donc, encore là, des différences en âge. Quand on regarde la tare du mois de mars, je pense qu'elle prend la première place facilement. Une tare qui a beaucoup de potentiel maternel avec la qualité de ses côtes et de sa croupe. Je pense qu'elle n'a peut-être pas sorti souvent, mais ils n'ont pas besoin de toutes des tares d'exposition. Je suis sûre qu'elle va faire une femelle de production très bonne, encore là, parce qu'elle a toutes les bonnes parties à la bonne place. La tare du mois de juin, elle est un peu plus... elle est en moins bonne condition de chair, alors j'aimerais la voir un peu plus épaisse. J'aimerais aussi changer la qualité de ses pattes pour aujourd'hui, mais elle est très féminine, une tare qui est très attirante en général. So there are two heifers here. We have a March and a June. I think the March heifer comes to the top pretty quick. She may not be well-seasoned show heifer, but I think she's got a lot of broodiness to her and a cow in the making for sure. The June heifer is definitely attractive. I'd like to see her with a little more condition on her. I think it would help her show more top. And again, another newbie to the show ring, so she's got some growing up to do, but a very attractive female nonetheless.
Alors, dans la race Shorthorn, on a fait la remise des bannières pour premier exposant, First Exhibitor, qui va à la ferme Stillbrook avec 32 points, mais qui était suivi de très près avec 31 points avec la ferme Shadybrook. Et pour le meilleur éleveur First Breeder, la ferme Shadybrook avec 38 points. Alors, félicitations. Et merci à M. le juge qui a fait les Shorthorn, M. Bill Bigliani de Douglas au Manitoba, d'avoir jugé notre Shorthorn cette année. So thank you, Mr. Bill Bigliani, for coming in Quebec for judging the Shorthorn breed.
Thank you, Executive.
Thanks, Dennis. Thanks, Lyle. Thanks, Raymond.
She's feisty.
Look at son beau boy.
Ah, you didn't do it yet? Not yet, yeah. Ça, c'est fait, 34? Ah non, c'est pas fait.
Pour moi, non.
Ah, OK. Pareil pour toi. C'est classe 16.
Une autre très bonne classe sur le côté Angus qui me donne un peu de défis. Dans ma tête, la façon que je les vois, on en a 3 qui sont très, très semblables. Puis au niveau de l'âge, ça se ressemble beaucoup. C'est des février, des janvier, donc ça se ressemble beaucoup. Je pense qu'on en a 3 qui sont très, très semblables dans leur type. Des tares qui démontrent beaucoup de qualité pour devenir des bonnes vaches. Quand je regarde les pattes, la croupe, les côtes, etc., etc. Les différences sont celle qui va gagner la classe. Moi, je pense qu'elle va avoir un meilleur pied. Elle semble avoir un meilleur développement de pied avec des trayons un peu plus raffinés. Une tare, quand elle s'arrête comme il faut, elle est très belle. Elle a des très belles lignes. Alors, je mets mon argent sur elle au niveau de la qualité du pied pour l'instant. La scène en deuxième, c'est peut-être pas la tare d'exposition la plus attrayante, mais quand on la regarde, c'est une vache ça va faire une vache de grande qualité. Encore là, elle a toutes les choses que moi je recherche dans une femelle pour le long terme. Alors, je pense qu'elle se perd bien avec ma première. Ma troisième, encore là, elle est très semblable. Profonde, une belle extension du devant, des bonnes pattes, un bon pied qui est en formation. Elle est dans un plus petit format. Alors, c'est la raison pourquoi je la mets en troisième au niveau de la performance. Mais quand on les regarde, les 3, moi, je vois 3 tares très, très semblables. La scène en quatrième, c'est ça qui m'a donné le plus de troubles. C'est une tare qui est très, très attirante. C'est celle qui flash quand elle rentre, on la voit, on la remarque, puis on la regarde plusieurs fois. Je la faute. D'abord, je dois dire que pour moi, elle doit être quatrième ou elle doit être première. Elle peut pas vraiment séparer ces 3-là qui sont tellement semblables. Alors, quand je la regarde, elle a un beau pelage, un beau poil, mais en dessous du poil, je trouve qu'elle elle manque un peu de condition, elle manque un peu d'habilité de faire une condition de chair à ce temps-ci de l'année à comparer des autres. Mais probablement la raison pour laquelle j'ai décidé de la mettre quatrième et non pas première, c'est la qualité de ses pieds. J'aimerais qu'elle ait un peu plus de talons, surtout sur le pied arrière. Alors, c'est pour ça que j'aime elle. Elle est très, très attirante. C'est une très belle femelle qui a du style, en fait beaucoup plus de style que certaines d'autres, mais je peux pas passer les autres, les différences inaperçues. Les 3, après, des bonnes femelles fonctionnelles qui vont probablement faire de très bonnes vaches. Au niveau de la condition de chair, il y en a 1 ou 2 qui sont un peu trop grasses pour moi, pour la sensée de l'année, pour des jeunes femelles, mais des bonnes tares en formation d'être vaches de souce. I was just saying that this is a really, really tough class. The way I see it, first of all, in terms of age, there's not a big spread. We've got some Februaries and some Januaries, so that's not a factor. The way I see this class, we have 3 females here that are very, very similar in their type. They're broody, they're deep, they got beautiful tops, they got good feet and legs, they're laying some good signs of a nice udder, small teats, and so on and so forth. So then it's a give and take on who's going to be at the head of this pack or not. This class winner here, I think, when she stands herself properly, she's just about as perfect as they come. I really like the way her lines lay. She's beautiful top heifer, nice and wide in their pins, and I think she's going to have a really nice udder. In fact, that's what I'm giving her the advantage over the one in second. The second one may not be your typical attractive show heifer. I think she's more of a broody type of heifer, but a pretty darn good one nonetheless. I really like the way all her parts come together. Very similar to her first one, but I don't think her teeth size will be quite as nice and refined as the first one, so that's why she ended up in the second hole. The third one, same type deal. Very, very broody type female, just in a smaller package. So when you compare the three of them, you don't see quite as much power in her, but what a beautiful front end extension of neck and a nice moving heifer, and I think she fits really well with my top two. Then we come to the real problem. This problem heifer, when she walks in, she's the one you see. She's very attractive. She's super stylish. You just got to love the way that she presents herself in the show ring. But when I really study her, as soggy as she is and as loose as she is in her rib cage, I think she appears to be a little harder doing maybe than my other heifers. But probably my biggest reason for not putting her in front of the pack, because I really think she had to be first, had to be fourth. I think it's the quality of her hind feet. I'd like to see more heel in that foot, a bigger foot. And when she's not standing perfect like she is right now, you could really see that in her. But what a beautiful female that really catches your eye as soon as she walks in. Down the line, we've got some very useful type heifers, heifers with broodiness all over them, maybe not as much style or as much presence in the show ring as the rest, but some very functional heifers. A couple of them are maybe getting a little greasy for me at this time of year, but I think they'll make some really nice females in your herd. Congratulations, everyone. Great class.
Alors, résultat dans la classe des jeunesses du 1er janvier au 29 février. En première position, de service animal noiseux avec San Kata Barbie. En deuxième position également de service animal noiseux avec San Kata Black Lady. En troisième position de Kenneth Birtwood avec Belle of the Ball. En quatrième position de Jody Bolton avec Polestar Queen Hara. En cinquième position de Rénal Noiseux avec Dynamic Hail Marizetta. En sixième position de Kenneth Birtwood avec Resources Joy. En septième position également de Jody Bolton avec Polestar Eluva Queen.
Alors, dans le championnat junior, j'ai choisi la Thor Janvier qui avait gagné la dernière classe. En fait, j'en ai parlé beaucoup dans la classe, je me répéterai pas, mais c'est une superbe femelle qui démontre beaucoup de potentiel. Quand on les a ramenées, celle du mois de mars, elle lui ressemble beaucoup aussi. Alors, quand elle se tient bien, elle est très belle aussi. Alors, je pense qu'elle fait un bon compliment à la janvier. Puis, elle se mérite d'être réserve à ses côtés. So in this junior championship, I went with the older yearling. I talked about her a fair bit in class. I really like how broody she is and the potential she's got in her. I'm following her with the March Heifer. March Heifer is very similar again in type. When she stands, you gotta love her more and more all the time. So I think she makes a nice reserve next to her. So congratulations, everyone.
Alors, résultat pour la championne junior dans la race Angus, numéro 37 de service animal noiseux avec l'exhibi San Kata Barbie. Et la réserve junior, numéro 33, également de service animal noiseux avec l'exhibi San Blueprint Pride.
Alors, c'est très dommage qu'il n'y ait pas d'autres 2 ans avec des veaux dans cette classe-là. Il n'y en a seulement qu'une, mais une superbe femelle février avec un veau février aussi. Alors, une très belle combinaison mère et fille qui pourrait prendre beaucoup de compétition sans problème. It's a real shame that we only have one 2-year-old pair, a beautiful February female with a February heifer calf. Really nice pair that I think would send a lot of competition. So it's a real shame that they're on their own here, but well done.
Alors, évidemment, dans la race Angus, en première position, numéro 42, propriété de Morgan McIntyre, avec l'exhibi Sarah Dream.
Je m'excuse d'avoir pris quelques minutes de plus pour cette classe-là. Il y aurait pu en avoir 20 de plus, puis ça m'aurait pas pris plus de temps. Je pense que c'est vraiment une classe difficile à faire parce qu'il y a des différences et il y a de très bonnes qualités dans les deux femelles, dans les deux veaux, dans les deux vaches. C'est vraiment une question de compromis. Alors, j'ai décidé d'aller avec la vache ici de 6 ans qui représente peut-être un peu plus de conditions de chair et de largeur. Je pense qu'au niveau du pied, c'est comparable. La forme de son pied et de ses membres est peut-être là que ce qui m'agace le plus. Puis on voit le même dans la génisse. Alors, c'était assez difficile à compromettre. La vache de 7 ans ici, on me dit que c'est la première fois qu'elle sort, donc probablement qu'elle s'aide pas beaucoup, mais c'est une belle petite vache qui fait un très bon travail sur sa génisse. J'aime beaucoup la génisse. Je l'avais vue plus tôt. Je l'avais aimée aussi pour l'instant. Je pense que c'est au niveau de la performance, peut-être pas au niveau de la performance dans le veau, mais de la puissance, je devrais dire, dans la femelle qui fait la différence entre celle que j'ai choisie pour gagner la classe et celle que je mets en deuxième. Mais en fait, c'est vraiment une question de compromis parce qu'ils sont toutes les deux très bonnes. First of all, I'd like to apologize for taking a few extra minutes here. There could be 20 more in this class and probably wouldn't have taken me any longer. This is a really tough pair of females to place. I think it's a give and take, and there's a lot of compromise, and there's some really, really good stuff in both of them. I went ahead with the 6-year-old here. I'm giving her the advantage of displaying some more power, or a tad more power than the 7-year-old cow. I think she's a nice, strong female. I would fault her perhaps for her foot shape and her leg shape, and I see the same in the heifer calf. So that's, again, a give and take and a compromise. But this is a good little cow, first trip to town, I'm told, and I'm not sure she's loving it yet, but definitely the kind that can spit out the good ones. She's got a really nice heifer calf in front of her, and while she may not be the biggest or the most powerful show female in the world, she definitely is doing a great job, and that does not take any merit away from her, the fact that I use her in the second hole today. So congratulations.
Alors, résultat dans la race Angus pour la classe numéro 13. Première position, propriété de Rénal Noiseux avec Dynamique Burnbury Zephyr. Et en deuxième position de David Semple avec Mac Sarah.
She was in her class by herself, yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and use a 2-year-old as our senior champion, even though it was a single entry in that class. I think in terms of package, they're the most complete than what I have in front of me here. So I think they come into that senior championship quite easily. Of course, we'll follow up with our cow. I talked about the cows a fair bit. Not very many entries, but sure a nice group of pairs that were brought out today. Alors, pour la championne senior, je vais aller avec la 2 ans. Malgré qu'elle n'avait pas de compétition dans sa classe, ça reste que ça fait une vache et son veau, une paire qui est très complète, difficile à trouver des fautes dans ni la vache ni le veau, en fait. J'ai parlé beaucoup des vaches matures lors de la classe. Alors, c'est sûr que la vache senior est ma réserve pour compléter ce championnat.
Alors, la championne senior dans la race Angus, propriété de Morgan McIntyre avec Sarah Dream. Et la réserve senior, propriété de Rénal Noiseux avec Dynamic Burnbury Zephyr. On va procéder à la grande championne.
Bon, comme c'est la dernière fois que j'ai l'opportunité de faire des commentaires parce que j'en ferai pas pour les classes de groupe. D'abord, je voudrais remercier Expo Boeuf de m'avoir demandé de juger les Angus aujourd'hui. C'était avec un grand plaisir que j'ai accepté l'invitation. Ça faisait longtemps que j'étais pas venue à l'Expo Boeuf, mais c'est toujours des retrouvailles fun pour moi de revenir puis de revoir les gens que je connais depuis longtemps. Donc, un grand merci à tous pour m'avoir invité. Aux exposants, je voudrais vous féliciter pour la qualité des animaux d'un bout à l'autre. Je sais que les nombres d'entrées sont pas aussi hautes que d'habitude, mais je pense que considérant qu'est-ce qui se passe dans le monde, c'est bien intéressant que de un, vous avez pu faire votre exposition et de deux, que les gens sont venus pour exposer et participer malgré tout ce qui se passe à l'extérieur de l'industrie du bœuf. Une grande félicitation à tout le monde pour la qualité. Encore là, je ne peux pas exprimer plus combien vous m'avez impressionné avec la qualité de vos animaux et la profondeur de chaque classe. Alors, une grosse note d'appréciation à tous les exposants pour ça. Après avoir donné mes commentaires en anglais, je vais aller choisir ma championne et ma réserve. As this is my last opportunity to say a few words, I won't be giving comments on the group classes. I don't really know how many group classes we have. This is kind of you're told as you go here. So it's been a real fun day. I'd love to have a chat with exhibitors afterwards. I'd like to thank the committee and the breed reps for selecting me to judge this show. It was a lot of fun, a bit of a challenge, and what an impressive group of animals you brought forth today. I think considering what's going on in the world today, I think it's so great that you're able to have your event, and even greater that people came out and participated with such quality. So kudos to all of you exhibitors, breeders, for the animals that you brought class after class. So again, thank you for having me. Hope everyone enjoyed the comments, and I sure look forward to visiting with you one-on-one in the barn afterwards. I'm going to go ahead and select my champion and my reserve. And again, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out, and congratulations to all.
Alors, la grande championne dans la race Angus pour l'Expo Boeuf 2021, propriété de Morgan McIntyre avec l'Exhibitor Sarah Dream, et la réserve grande championne, propriété de Sarah Darrow Derek Black avec Bar GM Beth.
Nobody yet.
Oh, okay, I'll go. I like it.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, who's second now?
I don't know. Claude, stop putting pressure on me. I came for a good day. Claude, I came to drink.
You know what? I got cancer. Okay?
You do?
Yeah, recently. And you know what? The worst is it's a very, very rare. And in December, I had an appointment with my doctor. Okay, so I had a, you know, a little
Kiss.
kiss on my. So I thought that maybe it's just a kiss or grease or something like that. So she touched it. She said, prefers to make something. So j'ai été faire une échographie in February. So I paid for that because I was unable to have an appointment at the hospital with the COVID. So when she did that at a private place, she said, there's some vessel inside, so it's not what you think. So it's better to make a resonance magnétique, IRM. Or
MRI?
So in March, I got the appointment. So Andre, when they saw that, I said, no, it's not good. So we have to take some biopsy. So in April, we took the biopsy, so they saw that it was a cancer, and it's called sarcome des tissus mous. Well, I don't know how it's in English. Anyway, it's a fibrosarcome, whatever. It's very rare. It seems that it's only 3% of the population in the world has that.
Oh my God.
That's okay. How can we confirm? So my doctor sent me to the specialist in Quebec. All provinces, the best place at Maison Malheureusement. He's the only one who studied in India and has worked with that kind of thing.
Cancer,
So
yeah.
he told me usually 15 years ago we cut the leg right away because we didn't know what to do with that.
Oh my God.
So I got 30 radiotherapy.
Oui?
And after that, he operated me on June 23. And I was open from here to here. Because it was growing, but it wasn't on surface. So he was able to. But I was very surprised that I'm able to walk quite fast and everything. Up to now, I'm every 3 months because lungs, just in case that they can stop. But he put me sore enough late that he said that you're in the 60% that might be okay. So,
good. Positive thoughts.
but I try not to think about that, because I try to do exactly the same thing. I'm still doing my thing. Almost. So I cannot lift too much yet because it.
It's not
It's the time gives the time inside. I used to have 3 drain in the legs.
Oh my God.
Because when they took it off, and after that I split my leg because it shrink as much as possible, not to expand in liquid or things like that. When he did it, I'm not scabies. Ski.
Oh,
It's
okay.
good. It's not staple. It's not. It's good. And he used a special thing that costs $2,000, and it's only once that you can use this. And he put this on that, and it keeps negative air, so there's no bacterial, no nothing. And I had that for 7 days in a row with a machine that it dries out, or so I And when they told me to go to the CLSC to take it off, to remove that, when I went there, the girl says, I don't know what the hell to do with this. I don't know what to do. So I says, take it off. They told me that you're supposed to. So she took it off. She looked at that and she put some dépassement. And I said, anyway, I have an appointment tomorrow at the hospital. So they know what. So I bring back the machine. He said, you don't just to call if they don't know what to do with something. But it was on Sunday. But I have a special number that I'm on. En protocol from this hospital, Toronto, France, because they want to study that because there is not much.
Yes.
So I'm very well followed. I never thought that. I never had nothing. And it comes out like this. I just took a shot at myself. It's a little bit hot. I said, oh, maybe I hit somewhere or something like that. I don't know.
C'est pas mal, rien?
Never, j'ai jamais
They say that. They say that. Absolutely doesn't hurt.
Ça, c'est un silencieux en tabarnouche. Puis, tu sais, ça s'en va, là, ça s'en va. I was grade second, so, like he said, he was running a few ways because you think that maybe you hurt yourself or something like that. He says it goes, because he says sometimes I was lucky because it was like on the surface, because sometimes it turns around the knee.
Oh.
So if it turns around the knee, then you have to cut the legs.
How many breeders herd we got? Six? Six of them. Okay. Yeah, well, I gotta get this added up before I can do it. Okay. The next class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kenneth River
together or separately, these 6?
They're all, they're supposed to come.
Let's see.
Oh, they're all gonna be in together. They're gonna have a
Okay, do they, I don't know if they know that because
I'm gonna go
nobody's
home.
coming.
Oh, okay, so where are we here now?
Okay, where were we? First was animal. First was service
5,
animal.
did we have one that came in?
Fifth, yeah, right now.
Okay. No, nobody's saying that.
Oh, number 2 was service animal. Okay, start over. Number 1 was service animal user.
Yeah.
Number 2 was service animal user.
J'ai rendu les affaires de bureau.
Number 4 was Jody Bolton.
Yes.
Number 5 was Reynald Bolton.
Yes.
And number 6 was Kenneth Brewer. We don't go to 7, right?
That's right.
Okay. Right?
Okay.
Morgan McIntyre, 1.
Yeah.
Next one, Ranch Mildred.
That's second.
Yeah, no, first.
Yeah, first, okay.
And then David Sample, second.
Okay.
Just Morgan last. Last. Okay.
You got more? No?
No, that's all I got.
Don't stress. But think it fast.
Mark is in front of the door.
148.
Oh, that's my Est-ce que vous voulez que je vous les marque ou comment vous voulez faire ça?
Have to start all over.
You do?
For the points, I don't know who have one.
Can I borrow you? Oh, you know what? I have my own pen. Or is it easier if I just point and shoot?
Point and shoot. Here, we're going to here.
So who's the first exhibitor?
We don't know. She's going now. I'm trying to count it.
Oh,
If you let me do it.
okay. So who's the first breeder?
I don't know.
I'm joking.
Okay,
Alors, dans la race Angus, pour la remise des bannières de premier éleveur First Breeder, alors ça va à la ferme Angus, propriété de David Semple. Et puis la bannière pour premier exposant First Exhibitor, ça va à la ferme de Kenneth Beerworth. Alors, résultat dans les groupes. En première position, Service Animal Noiseux. En deuxième position, Angus Farm. Et en troisième position, Emmanuel Chenaille. Alors, je tiens, au nom de l'Expo Boeuf, de remercier notre juge aujourd'hui dans la race Angus, Mme Anne Brunet. So I would like to say thank you to Mme Brunet for coming at the Expo Boeuf 2021. We really appreciate. Et merci beaucoup à tous les exposants d'être venus aujourd'hui. Thank you to all of you for presenting good cattle. Merci.
Simmental de l'Expo Boeuf 2021. So, hi everybody, welcome to the Simmental show of Expo Boeuf 2021. Our judge today is Mr. Bill Biglini. So, we want to wish great success to every exhibitor and all the breeders. Alors, nous voulons souhaiter la meilleure des chances à tous les exposants et à tous les éleveurs. Bon jugement.
La COVID, il faut que j'utilise absolument.
J'aimerais aviser une annonce à tous les exposants et visiteurs d'Expo Boeuf. Étant donné, vous savez tous, nous sommes en pandémie pour la COVID-19, donc nous avons quelques normes sanitaires à respecter. Donc, alors, à tous les visiteurs exposants, le port du masque est recommandé en tout temps à partir de l'entrée du Colisée et durant le jugement, autant pour les exposants et les juges. Nous vous demandons de respecter une distanciation de 2 mètres et de respecter la capacité par section telle qu'il est indiqué dans les estrades. So for our exhibitor and breeder, we have to follow some rules for the COVID. So wearing a mask at all times from the entrance to the Coliseum and during the judging is really important. For exhibitor and judges, we ask you to have a distance of 2 meters between each other, and we ask you too to respect the capacity per section as indicated. So we wish you a good day.
monsieur.
Ben oui, hey. Alors bonjour mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à l'Expo Boeuf pour le jugement de la race Heifer. Alors on commence avec notre première classe. Le juge aujourd'hui pour la race Heifer est M. Ted Creech de l'Alberta qui vient de Lloydminster. Il est propriétaire de la famille qui opère Hill 70 Quartok Ranch, qui ont 800 têtes, 800 vaches. Ils tiennent leur vente annuelle de taureaux le premier samedi du mois de février. Il est aussi membre de la Hutchinson Community College de Kansas State University Livestock Judging Team, donc une école de juges.
Good afternoon, everyone. First off, I want to thank whoever is responsible for giving me this opportunity to walk out here amongst these good Simmental cattle and to have you guys even take time to listen to me as to why I'm doing what I'm doing. It's always a pleasure to come to Quebec, and my wife Nancy and I have been out turning around seeing this fine country, and it is a beautiful country. And I learned a few years ago you have pretty good cattle here, and so I'm privileged to come here and look again. And just like this class of Simmentals, you give me plenty of choices. And they're going to be my choices today, but you make your choices for your own programs and everything. The black calf I'm going to start with, he's got the meat, muscle thickness, substance, correctness that I think all our class winners need to have. As compared to my second place red calf, he's just a little longer in his total makeup. He's a little longer spine, a little longer sided. You know, I certainly like the way he expresses his muscle and everything. Just watch him as he walks out there and comes down here in front of you. The red calf's equally as deep, just not quite as long. But I do like that red calf for the way he goes from hooks to pins down through that quarter. He's going to have a full quarter when he matures and certainly be admirable in his maturity. My problem calf in this class, and the one I really, really like, the fact that I moved him down to third. Don't take it that I like him less. It's just that I like these two more. But this third calf is a type of calf, in my mind, that built the Simmental breed. Still has a lot to offer the Simmental breed. If I could just make him a little smaller in his joint size, he wouldn't have changed. He'd have stayed up at the top. But I like this guy, the way he moves. Don't worry about that little bit of leather down through his throat, that little bit of sheath. Just take a look at him there now. He tightens it up. He holds himself strong. He walks with a good muscle expression. He's going to be certainly an admirable, mature bull when he gets there. And I can't help but think that his calves are going to be good for the breed. Go ahead and lead on out, please. Once again, we've got a pretty good black bull here. He really sizes up, as far as the length and total capacity, total pounds that was in my class-winning bull. And he really does fit type-wise, just a little sloppier in that sheath, and just not quite as sure in his step. He's walking a little favorably on one foot. The red calf that's leaving there now, once again, very similar to my second place red calf, that lot of balance, a lot of muscle, a lot of quarter, but he's not quite as much in all those categories. We get on down now on these that are just leaving the ring now. We're giving up some depth and thickness and the step, the constant step that foot places same place every time. These calves are going to correct that somewhat in their maturity, but yet their maturity hasn't done that to them or for them yet. But certainly a good, strong class to Simmental bulls to start this show off.
Alors maintenant, les résultats pour cette première division de la classe de mâles de l'année dans la race Simmental. So now the results for this first split in the bull calf class in the Simmental ring. En première position, first place, le numéro 7, number 7, Alliance Black Grand, propriété de owned by Mike McCord. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 2, number 2, Todd Joker 44J, propriété owned by Todd Simmental. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 1, number 1, Alliance Congo Rocketman, propriété de owned by Mike McCord. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 6, number 6, JMG Spice Gold 6J, propriété de owned by Danica Meyer. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 4, number 4, Sudmar Mr. Jack 4J, propriété de owned by Jason Morse. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 3, number 3, Triple R Cub 4J, propriété de owned by Troy Whitney. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 8, number 8, Rosemade Jetliner 36J, propriété de owned by Rosemade Farm. Et en huitième position, 8th place, le numéro 9, number 9, Riverside Joe Dirt 18G, propriété de owned by River Morse. Et en neuvième position, 9th place, le numéro 5, number 5, Fort Bell Jericho, propriété de owned by Jake Bell. Nous enchaînons maintenant immédiatement avec la deuxième division de la classe de bull calf. So now we follow with the second division in the bull calf class.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for having me out here today. Never been out to Quebec before. It's definitely a little different than what home is. Sure is nice to get away. I guess before I started anything, for family back home that are listening, I really appreciate you kind of picking up on some of the chores that we're doing and gathering cows and doing stuff like that before the fall. It wouldn't be, if it wasn't for them, I definitely wouldn't be able to make the trip out here. If we just get going throughout, kind of start off the class, I definitely think there's a competitive duo on top that kind of, as they come in the ring, it's first impressions that kind of sort their way up. For me, the dark red calf that ends up leading off, I think, and just start at the ground. I think, personally, that's the bigger-footed, heavier constructed option of the top two. And from there up, he reads bolder in the shape to his center rib. He's the bigger-hipped option and just reads a little more masculine about his features. Compared back to the calf that comes in second here, I think definitely if you wanted to flip the pair, I can understand it. He reads leveler out of his hip, especially as far as testicular development. That's the bull who's further advanced. I just think you get back on the three-quarter angle of that bull. He doesn't want to balance up as well. I think the way he reads into his the way he reads from his shoulder back into his forerib, just a little flatter and tighter made. And just as far as his lower body progression and sweep to his center portion of his rib, can't match the shape of my class winner. And then comparatively, just one look from behind, I think he's the one who's probably just a little more gathered up in his pins. But good calf, all things considered. Right back from the rear angle, the young lady who ends up coming in third here, I think that's her direct advantage over the man who has the calf that comes in second. I think this one's the bigger pinned option. Just one sec, let him get on the go here. Yeah, young lady who comes in third here with this calf. Big outline, lots of growth, lots of dimension, just as far as that masculine, rugged kind of herd bull look. He's kind of more a little immature about his neck, lots of flexibility, good kind. The young man who ends up coming here in fourth, get this one on the stop and on the standstill. There's some bits and pieces you can really like him. He's bold in the shin center portion of his rib. He's got lots of muscle in from behind. Just personally, it's all his kind of problems arise when he's got set into motion. He tends to be a nickel straight about his shoulder, tends to pull his top up, duck his pins, and just kind of get underneath himself as he goes. But good as far as growth and development and shape. The guy who comes here in fifth, kind of a later maturing calf that's got lots of flexibility just as far as sheer width and dimension. Can't match the ones above. Same story as the two that end up rounding out the class. I think just a little later maturing, probably the leanest two of the class, so definitely want to talk about some advantages that way, some freshness, the ability to keep on going down the road. Definitely think that's in their favor, but all in all, very good class. Thank you.
Alors, les premiers résultats dans la race Heifer, en première position. Numéro 7, Sarah, propriété de Sarah Darrow Derek Black avec Bar GM Rainman. En deuxième position, de Stonewood Grange, numéro 2, avec Stonewood Jeter. En troisième position, numéro 6, propriété de Mercedes Mustang avec Stonewood Outsider. Quatrième position, numéro 5, de Stephen Godin avec Godin All Rice. En cinquième position, de Kid Cattle Co. avec Kid Joker. Et en sixième position, de Christopher Lodge, le numéro 3, avec Elm Lodge John Dutton. Et en septième position, numéro 1, de Jason Brock avec BLB Joey.
Another real strong class is Simmental bull calves. A lot of variety here. You know, you can tweak them however you want to for your various reasons. This black calf I'm starting the class off with, he's got the pounds, he's got the presentation, but where he ended up putting himself over the third place bull, which I had up on top for a while, is all about that front end. He doesn't come at me quite as bold and threatening through those shoulders, and that's why I moved this good thick-made red bull calf down to third. Take a look at this traditional colored calf. The longer you look at him, the more you're going to like him. He's smooth-made. He's sure in his step. You know, he's put together good. like you get any calf of any color made the way he's made, and you're going to have a lot of admirers. Like, he's just a darn good calf. But I apologize to the exhibitor for being a little slow in appreciating this calf, but certainly a calf that I can admire. And now that I took enough time, plus the calf settled into the show ring, started showing his true colors and everything, and I really like that calf. This red calf, I really like him from behind, but the trouble is I get seeing those shoulders popping out and everything, and I'm just not quite ready to seek that much of a calf, that starts that bold up through the front end. But take a look at that hip and quarter as he walks out of the ring. If you could have that on every bull calf, you'd be licking your chomps at this good bull sale that you're going to have. We get on down the line and we get into some good calves, really smooth made, calf that I think has a lot to offer the breed, in calving ease and the way he's made. He's long spine, strong top calf, just not quite as much muscle, just not quite as much, overall substance in this black calf as the calves above him. My red calf here that coming out next is the one that probably gave me the most trouble in the class. I can basically sum up why he's where he is, because he never struck me as the same bull calf every time I turned around and looked at him. I hope that makes sense. But, he that's what maturity does. Maturity breeds or develops consistency in a young calf, and he's not quite got that maturity yet to give him that consistency of step and walk that I see in the ones above him. We get on down in my other three calves, once again, we just need a little bit more maturity. I'd like to put a little bit more heart, a little bit more rib in some of these. The young lady that's closing out this class, I complimented her on the meat machine that she has and everything, but he's just coming at me with just a little bit too much muscle expression, if I can use that term, and everything. He is a young calf, so we want maturity to be at a certain stage, and that's in muscle development, skeletal development, sexual development, and this guy's just really expressing a lot of muscle, and I worry myself a little bit about how he's going to express that as a mature bull. Don't take that as a negative. That's just a statement of where I read him at, in his age for now. Thank you.
Alors maintenant, voici les résultats pour cette deuxième division dans la race Simmental pour la classe des veaux mâles de l'année. So now in the Simmental ring, the results for the second division in the bull calf class. En première position, first place, le numéro 15, number 15, Great Edge Falcon 1J, propriété de owned by David Gray. En deuxième position, in second place, le numéro 17, number 17, JGMG Tommy Shelby 4J, propriété de owned by Jamison Genetics. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 14, number 14, Outset Mickey Budweiser 106J, propriété de owned by Outset Cattle Co. and Maple Cay Farm. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 12, number 12, San 202 Cashflow 110J, propriété de owned by Service Animal Noiseux. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 10, number 10, Donovan Dale Jr., propriété de owned by Gerald and Keita Donovan. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 16, number 16, Eric Thorn 104J, propriété de owned by Sandy Reed. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 11, number 11, Clifton Hill Jackpot, propriété de owned by Jake Bale. Et en huitième position, in eighth place, le numéro 13, number 13, Donovan Dale Jacker Wild, propriété de owned by Gerald and Keita Donovan. Procédons maintenant à la troisième division dans cette classe de veaux mâles de l'année, so now the third division.
I guess just with the lone entry, it's too bad there isn't a few more out here, but just some quick things about the bull. You love the length, you love the extension you find in him. Definitely incredibly flexible at the ground when he has the ability to get out and go. He certainly has the wheels to go out and do it. He's flexible on his feet and legs, and his joint quality is really nice. Just a really good kind. Congratulations.
Alors, résultat dans la race Heifer, le numéro 8, propriété de Stonewood Grange, avec Harold Son Upgrade.
I guess it's pretty simple for me with this one. Just first impressions. You love the practicality of your class winner here. Big and opened up into his forerib, feeds that back into a boulder center shape to his rib cage, comes into the wider pin set just as far as just first impressions, the stoutness of feature, kind of a rugged herd bull look. No question this one's the more masculine, more impressive option within this class. The bull who ends up coming in second here, you really like some pieces about him, just as far as some length and extension and some youthfulness. But at the same token, just kind of first impression of this bull, you see his skull, he's kind of immature and long and narrow about that. And that's kind of the style of that bull the whole way along. Just kind of a little gathered up, a little in at his knee, closed up in his chest floor. And then from there back, the flatter forward bull just doesn't have as much sheer shape and dimension as your class winner. But as far as some length and extension and some youthfulness, like I said, that one's got a lot of advantages. But just like I said, from just a quick look from behind, it's pretty clear that it doesn't have as much muscle as your class winner. So thank you.
Alors, en première position, numéro 11, propriété de Reggie Raymond avec Early Bird Hugo. Et en deuxième position, propriété de Owen Grundy avec Double Fugitive.
Yeah, just come in, pulling right in here. I'll keep it kind of short and brief here. I just talked on all three of these bulls here not too long ago. Just like I said, first impressions kind of sorts it for me, and there's one out here that definitely sticks out just as far as kind of a rugged, stout, herd bull look, one you can really latch on to. That'll be the one directly in front of me. So congratulations, young man. I think with saying that, the one that kind of more follows up in type and kind between the two that are remaining, I think the fellow we here with the dark red bull, I think just as far as having some shape out of his rib cage, some shape out of his spine, definitely more resembles the winner, the champion out of this division. So with saying that, he'll be reserved. Thank you.
Alors, dans la race Heifer, le champion junior numéro 11, propriété de Reggie Raymond avec Early Bird Hugo. Et la réserve junior numéro 7, propriété de Sarah Darrow Derek Black avec Bargy Rainman. Petite rectification, je m'excuse. Alors, la réserve junior, propriété de Stonewood Grange avec l'exhibé Haroldson Upgrade.
I have to choose my words wisely in explaining what I'm doing in this class. I appreciate your patience for letting me take the time and really convince myself that what I'm doing the way I want to do it. And thing about these calves, I don't know whether it's their first show out or not. I can only assume it is. But some of these calves need a little bit more time to adjust to the lighting and everything in here to really show their true stuff. And that's why I think was the case with this calf I've ended up in first place. When it's all said and done, I'm not judging pedigrees, I'm not judging EPDs, I'm judging the bull. I'm judging the individual bull. And you're going to find it hard to fault that bull that I've got in first place. He's put together right, and when he does get out and walk and doesn't kind of when he gets that stubbornness out of him, he puts his feet in the right places. He's not big in his joints, but he's good in his muscle pattern. He's really smooth in his stride. You know, you can paint him black, you can paint him red, you can paint him speckled, whatever you want to. That's a good calf, and I really appreciate the way he's put together. Yes, he gives up pounds, you know, to the two calves down below him. You know, this red calf that's leading out here now is probably one of the ones that's got the least threatening thing about him. He's right in his bone. He's right in the way he's put together. He's really a long-made calf. You're going to get your pounds in length in this calf, but he's got enough substance to go with that length. You know, that as he matures, I can't help but think that this bull's going to be a threat in any show ring. But today, I can't get past that first place bull, you know, for the depth and substance that he displays, so I'm going to place him this way. My next bull that comes in is the performance bull of the class, and certainly a bull that really caught my eye right off the get-go. I can love bulls like this. You commercial guys grab a hold of bulls like this, you're going to make some money in the commercial business. I think he can make you cows. I think he can make you steers, you know, whatever your line of income is in the business. Take a look at the smoothness of structure of this bull. You know, the only thing he's really got going against him is he's just a little sloppier in the flesh, which takes away from his show ring eye appeal. But there's a darn good bull. He's a big bull with big bone and everything. You know, he's made the way God intended the balance of bone to muscle mass should be. And I can appreciate him for that. My next bull is this red bull, which is a bull. The longer I look down to realize, you know, once again, he's similar to that one red bull in the last class. There's just a little bit too much shoulder there for me. I can appreciate everything about this bull, you know, except for that bit of shoulder. He's just a little too bold for me there. I'd like to see a little bit more muscle working down in that stifle so those legs aren't twisting, you know, when he comes up on them weight-wise. We get on down here in the class. These calves are certainly good-looking calves, promising calves, but once again, I don't think they've got the maturity showing up and working in their behalf like the bulls ahead of. But I do think there's some good prospects down here. This black baldy calf that's closing out the class, I see him getting better for sure. He's just got that look in him. And as he does build and move towards maturity, I think you're going to see a pretty admirable bull calf there. But I am judging him today. I'm not judging him tomorrow.
Alors maintenant, les résultats pour la troisième division de la classe de bull calf de l'année dans la race Simmental. So now the result for the third division in the bull calf class. En première position, first place, numéro 22, number 22, FTA 2E2J, propriété de owned by Firm Terra Agri. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 24, number 24, Barley Bristol 101, propriété de owned by Jerry Barber. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 18, number 18, Lacombs Jagger Master 10J, propriété de owned by Pierre Lacombs. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 23, number 23, Triple R Mr. Big 1J, propriété de owned by Troy Rodney. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 25, number 25, Fusion Jalapeno Jack, propriété de owned by Rothschild Julie Dennison and Fusion Livestock. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 20, number 20, Rosemead Journey 30J, propriété de owned by Rosemead Farm. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 21, number 21, FTA Mr. Dutton 1J, propriété de owned by Firm Terra Agri. Et en huitième position, eighth place, le numéro 19, number 19, GCL Gigolo, propriété de owned by GCL Simmental. Nous poursuivons maintenant avec la classe finale, le championnat des boules CAF. Nous avons des bannières. La bannière du champion Bull Calf est une commandite is sponsored by Range 6220. Et la bannière du champion Bull Calf de Reserve, the Reserve Champion Bull Calf Banner, is sponsored by la coopérative agricole d'Embrun. Alors, s'il y a des représentants disponibles, je vous demanderai de vous présenter à la table des officiels pour pouvoir remettre les bannières.
I guess with the lone bull in the senior division, keep it pretty quick and sweet. From the stand there's some things you can definitely latch on to this one. I think you'll be hard-pressed to find a mature Heifer bull like that is ripped up and shapely and as big-ended and as stout and muscular and heavy constructed at the ground as this one. And on the stand, you really like this one, like him quite a bit. Just for me, it's just some kind of bits and pieces of structure. When he gets on the move, there were a few more questions arise. I think this one, he really wants to get round out of his hip, get underneath of himself. The swollen jointed bull is just a little too uncomfortable as he gets out in the go. And then, two, he really wants to kind of flatten and kind of be a little more restricted into his forerib. But like I said, as far as just some shape and muscle and dimension, that one's kind of hard to find too many like that one. So congratulations. Thank you.
Alors, résultat dans la race Heifer de section 42. Numéro 12, première position, propriété de Mercedes Mustang avec Stonewood Guerrero. On demande aux gens qui sont près de la clôture, si vous n'êtes pas des exposants, s'il vous plaît, s'asseoir dans les estrades et de respecter les distanciations de 2 mètres. Je viens d'avoir un avertissement de vous aviser, s'il vous plaît, de ne pas être sur le bord de la clôture si vous n'êtes pas un exposant. Merci. We're asking to the people near the border, please, if you're not an exhibitor, please sit in on these estrades. You have to respect also the distance of 2 meters, 6 feet. So if you're not an exhibitor, please go sit in all the bench.
Definitely something that's a little more unique to me. Never had a 4-year-old bull come into a class before, but I guess different part of the land, everybody does it a little different than what's home, so it's good. First impressions, big outline, long-bodied, got lots of dimension, got lots of shape. There's some things you can really latch on to. Good kind of a bull just as far as his body type goes. Obviously, as you kind of get down and as far as some structure pieces, the bull who kind of wants to run uphill and gets underneath himself off his hind two just seems a little, be a little more critical of this one, especially as far as scrotal development goes. He's just, first impression seems a little small that way, but as far as, like I said, body type and having some shape and dimension, there's some things you can really like about this one. Thank you.
Le résultat dans la race Heifer classe 6, propriété de J.K. Golden Farm avec l'exhibit Wesley.
I'll get going here before these bulls start scrapping in the middle. For me, two bulls that kind of resemble each other just as far as some body shape and some dimension. Definitely think there's one that's an outlier, though, when it comes to being extra ripped up and muscular and big hip from behind. And with saying that, I think, like I said, both bulls probably aren't just picture perfect as far as some structural issues, but the bull who's the outlier and where he is good, he's extremely good. So with saying that, the young lady here with the 2-year-old will be a champion senior bull. And then the young man over here with the bull that's walking will be reserved. So congratulations. Yep.
Alors, dans la race Heifer, le champion senior, propriété de Mercedes Mastin avec Stonewood Guerrero, et la réserve senior numéro 13 de J.K. Golden Farm avec Wesley.
You might have saw me over here having a conference meeting with my good assistant. By the way, I never asked you your name. Sorry about that. Anyway, I just wanted to clarify what goes in the books and what doesn't. Like, I've seen all these bulls out here. These are 3 groups of 3 that I placed in classes. I pulled them out and everything. Yeah, you can say I placed them. But once I said earlier in class, you know, these are calves. These calves have been, this is kind of their first trip to town, a lot of them. They change. They get a little bit more comfortable in their surroundings. They start exposing their faults. They also start exposing their good points because they're more themselves. We need to remember that as human beings, too. But anyway, that's another topic. But anyway, so with that in mind, I don't know whether I've stuck to my placings as far as was one over the other, you know, in the class previous that they were in. I went out here and I've judged these 9 bulls as the way I see them now, not back 10 minutes ago when they're out here or anything. So anyway, if you want to find fault in that, well, I'm good with it. But I did it for my reasons, because things change, opinions change, and these bulls change from minute to minute, you know, depending on the mood they're in. And, you know, these 3 bulls out here are probably, or these 2, are the ones that still held strong in my mind. I like them just as much now as I did when they're in class earlier. I can't get past the smoothness of stride in this first place bull, the balance he has, the mold, the shape that he has, the shadow that he throws because of that nice shape and everything. He's just proud of himself, and he presents himself really nice. And he's a very believable bull. That's not to take anything away from this black bull. It's certainly a bull that's going to give you that dimension, that pounds that you want. You know, there's just a whole lot to like about him. If I could change him, I would deepen him down in the flank. I would just give him a little bit more heart capacity. But that's things that's going to come with maturity, too, on these good bull calves. But like I said, I have to judge them today, and that's why I'm placing them the way they are. If I was to pick one... Sorry about that. But if I just pick a calf that I would have thought would have been my calf champion when he came out, it would have been this red calf. But like I said, I'm really talking maturity on these calves today, and I've got to judge them as they are today. And this calf, I can't help but think he'll be one to reckon with in the future in this show ring. He's got a nice profile to him. He's going to be big enough. You know, he's strong enough in his structure. He's not coarse in his bone. If anything, right now you might speculate he's going to be a little bit fine in his bone. But the big thing with me is as he matures, he's going to stifle up. He's going to muscle up. You know, he's going to get walking a little bit or tracking a little bit more consistently on that back end, which is the big things that the 2 bulls ahead of him have over him. But I won't put this bull 3rd place because of the way he's made, the way he's built bodily. You know, he's a calf with a lot of eye appeal, and you know, you take a look at that round quarter that he's got. If you just went a little deeper into that stifle, I think you'd have a calf champion bull here today. We get on down the line. I get into some bulls that I talk pretty highly of in class, and they're still good bulls. Don't put them down because I've got them down past the 3rd hole. But these bulls all have something to offer their breed. I've talked on them before, so I won't talk on them again. But take a look at these 9 bulls. You know, that's just part of the good bulls that's been led out here today, and I think they certainly represent the variety, you know, that can be found in the Simmental breed and its variety in a good way. Thanks for bringing them out, guys.
Alors maintenant, le gagnant de la classe de mâle de l'année dans la race Simmental. So now the winner, for this Bull Calf Class, en première position, first place, le numéro 22, number 22, FTA Stewie 2J, propriété de Owned by Firm Terra Agri. Félicitations, une bonne main d'applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. En deuxième position, in second place, le numéro 15, number 15, Great Edge Falcon 1J, propriété de Owned by David Gray. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 24, number 24, Barley Bristol 101, propriété de Owned by Jerry Barber. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 18, number 18, Lacanche Jaggermeister 10J, propriété de Owned by Pierre Lacombe. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 14, number 14, Outset Mikey Budweiser 106J, propriété de Owned by Outset Cattle Co. and Maple Key Farm. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 17, number 17, JAMG Tommy Shelby 4J, propriété de Owned by Jamison Genetics. En septième position, in seventh place, le numéro 7, number 7, Alliance Black Grand, propriété de Owned by Mark McCord. En neuvième position, en huitième position, in eighth place, le numéro 1, number 1, Alliance Congos Rocketman, propriété de Owned by Mark McCord. Et en neuvième position, ninth place, le numéro 2, number 2, Todd Jogger 44J, propriété de Owned by Todd Simmental. Félicitations, congratulations. Je vous rappelle que les bannières étaient une commandite de Ranch 6220 et de la coop d'Embrun. The sponsor of the banner were Ranch 2062 and la coop Embrun.
Everybody's heard me talk for the morning here about which ones I like and in between classes and everything like that. That's why I won't get too in depth. I guess for me, looking at bulls, I kind of shy towards the side of just making the most complete, not being just a crazy outlier in one regard or one distinct area. And I maybe to a fault sometimes do that at home, but I think at the end of the day, that's probably what will get you along better. Just making them the most complete and the most fault-free and just structurally sound, having enough to them, having enough body, having enough muscle from behind, and then still having that rugged kind of herd bull look, that kind of first impressions, that's what you want to see. So with saying that, there's some obvious differences within the trio here that each win their divisions. There's one that's definitely, like I said in class, he's an outlier when it comes to muscle and dimension. Following up here, the next one in line, just as far as being sound and having enough to him, having enough rib cage, having enough shape and dimension, you can really tie into that one. And then the young calf here that wins that division, I think in terms of balance, body, and dimension, you can really like him. Yeah, he's got his obvious faults too, but nothing in here is just extremely perfect. But there's definitely one, I think, in here who's kind of the most fault-free and kind of checks the boxes for everything that I'm looking for. So with saying that, I'll go select your Grand Reserve. Thank you.
I'm going to go with this October dark red bull, Simmental bull. You know, certainly bull's got the pounds, and I like the body shape that he's presenting us today. A little greener of a December calf here in second place, but certainly a bull showing a lot of promise.
Alors, le grand champion dans la race Heifer, le numéro 11, propriété de Reggie Raymond, avec Early Bird Hugo, et la réserve grand champion, propriété de Sarah Darrow Derek Black, avec Bargy Rainman.
Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, les résultats de la classe pour les veaux d'automne sont the Simmental ring, the results for the fall bull calf class. En première position de first place, le numéro 27, number 27, M3 Density, 53 age, propriété de owned by Glenn and Pamela Wharton. Et en deuxième position, second place, le numéro 26, number 26, Clifton Hill Arger, propriété de owned by Jake Bill. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe des taureaux d'un an.
J'ai dit, je vais ramener mes bidons.
This black Simmental yearling bull out here in front of you today. Take a good close look at him. You know, he's a bull that you got to get in a little closer to see through the darkness of hair to realize just how much of a bull you have here. Good long top bull that's strong in his top, strong in his structure, but, you know, doesn't come at you in a real threatening way. You walk behind him, you know, he's got some thickness to him, some thickness down the top. I really like the way this shoulder lays in on this guy. Thank you.
Alors, représentant la classe des taureaux d'un an, representing the yearling bull class, le numéro 28, number 28, Alliance County Deputy, propriété de owned by Mark Michael. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec le championnat junior. So now we continue with the junior championship. Pour cette classe de championnat des juniors mâles dans la race Simmental, les bannières sont une commandite de Keystone Livestock et Master R Farm. So for the junior championship bull in the Simmental ring, the sponsor of the banner are Keystone Livestock and Master R Farm. So if there's a representative to give the banner to the winner, please come to the head table. Thanks. Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, le juge Bill Biglini a sélectionné son champion junior de réserve. So now the Simmental ring, the judge Bill Biglini selected his junior champion bull in reserve. So the winner is number 28, le numéro 28, Alliance County Deputy, propriété de owned by Mark McCall. Félicitations, congratulations. Et le champion junior de réserve, le Reserve Junior Champion, le numéro 27, number 27, M3 Density 53H, propriété de owned by Glenn and Pamela Watton. Félicitations, congratulations. Alors, je vous rappelle que les bannières étaient une commandite de Keystone Livestock and Master R Farm. So I remember you, the sponsor of the banner were Keystone Livestock and Master R Farm. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe des taureaux de 2 ans. So now we follow with the 2-year-old bull class.
We've only got the 1 2-year-old Simmental bull to look at today, but certainly a strong individual. You know, bull you got to like for his overall length, his presentation. You know, we take a look at that good strong leg he stands on, and you know, the muscle expression that he has. Watch him as he walks out to realize why he's certainly a bull to complement the breed.
Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, le gagnant de la classe des taureaux de 2 ans est aussi notre champion senior. So now in the Simmental ring, the winner of the 2-year-old class, also the senior champion bull, le numéro 29, number 29, Jet Ski Galaxy 21J, propriété de owned by Todd Simmental. Félicitations, congratulations. La bannière pour cette classe est commanditée de Todd Simmental. The banner is sponsored by Todd Simmental. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec le grand championnat des mâles dans la race Simmental. So now we continue with the Male Grand Championship.
I do hope when you look out here at my champion Simmental bull lineup, you see some variety, not just in color, but variety in type. You know, as I've said, you know, in the earlier classes, I don't think it's wrong for us to have some variety of type. You know, we don't need to all be producing the same type of animals. We really dig ourselves a hole if we do. You know, I'd like to have had more mature bulls to look at and everything, just show what some of these bull calves can grow into, but we still got a good senior champion bull there to look at. The yearling champion bulls, they show, you know, one part of the breed and a very popular part of the breed. And then we get down to our calf champions there. We've got two different types of bulls. But the one thing they have in common, they're both made, and they're made well. They present themselves well. They themselves can be used for different purposes, you know, depending on what your individual breeding goals are, you know, in your program. But I think the number one thing is they're correct in their structure. They've got some substance, and they've got promise of maturing, you know, in a good way. And it's because of that I'm going to really highlight these two bull calves and go with them for my champions. You know, as I said, with my champion bull here, he's a bull that the longer I look at him, the more I like him. You know, I won't argue with anyone that likes this black calf better. But I'm not here to judge color, pedigree, EPDs, or halter. I'm here to judge cattle. And you get any animal that color made like him, you're going to do good. You know, and that's not taking anything away from this black bull calf, because I think, you know, you add a bit more frame, which he has, you're going to add some pounds, but he's also got the goodness in him that my champion bull has. Anyway, I look forward to seeing the way how these two bulls develop, and thank you all for bringing out some good bulls for me to look at. Thank you.
Alors, le grand champion Simmental pour l'édition 2021 de Expo Boeuf. So now the male grand champion in the Simmental ring for that 221 Expo Boeuf edition. Le numéro 22, number 22, FTA Stewie 2J, propriété de Owned by Firm Terra Agri. Félicitations, bonne main d'applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Please give them a big round of applause. La bannière est une commandite de Krista Wallen Photography. Alors, si Krista, tu es près de nous, j'aimerais que tu viennes de remettre la bannière sur la photo. Et notre grand champion de réserve, le Reserve Grand Champion, le numéro 15, number 15, Greyledge Falcon 1J, propriété de Owned by David Greyledge Simmental. Félicitations. Congratulations. La bannière est une commandite de la firme Erisa. The banner is sponsored by firm Erisa. So, Vincent, si tu peux venir remettre la bannière au gagnant, ce sera apprécié. Nous allons prendre quelques instants pour faire les photographies officielles et par la suite, nous allons poursuivre avec la première division de la classe de femelles de l'année. So we're going to stop for a few minutes, just time to take official pictures, and we will follow with the first division of the Heifer calf class.
Definitely think get out here. There's a trio for me, I think, that are very, very, very different when it comes to type and kind. I guess the one that I end up latching onto, kind of like how I described my champion bull there. Who's the most complete? Who does the least amount of things to a fault? And who is just, like I said, the most complete? I think the heifer that leads off as far as my competitive trio. I think she ties her neck in as good and high at the top of her shoulder as any. She reads really nice in the angle of her shoulder. And from there back, directly compared to the heifer behind her, she's definitely the smoother shoulder option, who's more refined and feminine about her head. And from there back is the smoother blending option. And I think just as she steps down on the set to her hip and hind leg, I just think she reads with a more attractive set to her ankle. And from there up, she's smoother about her joints and just gets out and go with so much more comfort and ease, and I think than the heifer does in second. Now, pound them out, no question. Here is the biggest outlined, heaviest constructed, stoutest made heifer in class that ends up here in second. But with that, kind of goes with her kind. I think she's just read right up in their front 1/3. I think she's probably the coarsest shouldered heifer in class. You read her angles. I think she's probably just a nickel straight. She maybe just a rock to tick forward at her knee. And just as far as joint quality goes, she just kind of reads to be the thicker hawked heifer who just doesn't read as refined and as feminine. Just as far as, like I said, her joint and structural movement. Just got a few more issues when it comes to that. Now, for me, the heifer that ended up coming in third is probably the most intriguing in class. And give her a couple more months. This one will be awful competitive. And I don't mean as being a show heifer, but just as far as having some brood cow potential. That one I read to have a lot of future. She's so sweet and so feminine about her kind. I love the way she ties her neck in good and high at the top of her shoulder. She reads so much sweep to the lower center portion of her rib cage. From there back, she's really set right in her angles. Love the set to her hip and hind leg. For me, she's probably just a little green today to be super competitive, but love the one structurally, love her build, love her kind. Just give her a few more months and she'll be really nice. The heifer that comes up here in fourth, definitely some things you can latch onto is some growth, length, and extension and some performance. Her issues are all just on the move. She's too forward about her shoulder. She's over in her knee. She really wants to roaches her top as she goes. Her tail head goes way up in the air. And just reads a little too rigid off of both ends as she gets out in the move. But as far as having some performance and extension, you can really tie into that one. Here's the lady here with the heifer calf that ends up coming here, I believe, in fifth. I think just as far as her angles go, really like that one. Just for me personally, too green. Give her a few more months. She'll look really nice. Just as of today goes, just probably a little bit young and to be super competitive. Now the lady here that comes up here with with the heifer calf in front of me. The heifer, you get her up high and you read coming directly out of her spine. You can read a lot of shape in that one. Just as far as lower body balance and some structural things, has some obvious issues, but I think a heifer that's definitely got some muscle and has got some future potential. And then the heifer here that rounds out the class, just obviously fighting the halter, so it's kind of hard to get a good read on her. Just some angle things, the way she's built structurally, I see a few more issues. And then just kind of her kind, she just reads a little tighter wrap. Gets progressively kind of shallower back into her flank. Like I said, just a few too many issues with that one. Thank you.
Dans la race Heifer, le premier groupe de 3 dans les génisses de l'année. Alors, les 3 premiers de la classe sont Stonewood Grange avec Stonewood Suzy. En deuxième position, Sarah Darrow Derek Black avec Bar GM Jolene. Et la troisième position, Amanda Boucher avec RWB Jelly Bean, qui vont revenir tantôt pour la classe finale. Nous allons procéder au deuxième groupe de la même classe des génisses de l'année.
Well, I compliment the exhibitors on bringing out the good quality that they're bringing out, and they're bringing it out in different sizes, types, and colors. And, it certainly gives me something to talk about and to emphasize that, we got to make them good before we worry about, how we paint them. And I think this is a good example of why. And I've got a good big heifer to start this class off with, and I could pair her up. I had her paired up with the other red heifer in third for a bit, but this heifer just really shows her femininity in a very nice way. She's strong and she's proud and everything, but when you look at her, she consistently profiles better than anything in the class, but runs a tight, first over my fourth place heifer, which would be one of the smallest in the class, but she's also one of the sweetest in the class. But getting back to this good long-framed, long-bodied, strong-structured red heifer, I think you can certainly use her as a model to build on and try and find something else that comes close to her. And in the end, I almost lost this heifer, this black heifer. She just struck me as a little too shallow, but she's standing there in company of these two good deep-bodied red ones, and she's got that young look, she's got that fresh look, and she really is put together nicely and structured, in a strong manner, and, the longer she's out here, the more she grows on you. I can't help but think that she definitely belongs here in the second spot. My third place heifer is a heifer that inner strength and body mass really belongs with my first place heifer, but she's a heifer that's just a little bit, a little set in her hocks, and when she's walked, that really shows up. If I could just get this heifer to stride better, well, I think I'd move her all the way up to the top. You take a look at her; she's deep through her chest floor, and that depth carries right on back through to the twist. And sure, we don't want our heifers looking like bulls, but she's got a lot of natural muscle expression, to contribute to the bull calf that maybe she'll have one day, and everything. Certainly one that I can believe will be a mother of a pretty good herd bull for the Simmental breed. And then we come to my sweet little black heifer, and she's more than just a good fit job. She is a nice, sweet made heifer, and yes, she's going to be too small for some cattlemen and everything. But I've had some pretty moderate frame cows make me some pretty good money, and I have to appreciate her for what she brings into the ring and the way she's made and the way she presents herself, and certainly a very likable heifer and one that I think I've taken note of by putting her up here with these good three stout heifers in front of her. We get on, you guys can go ahead and head back to the stalls. Thank you a bunch. We get down to my other heifers here behind me, and I just like to correct them a bit in their structure, give them a little bit more body mass. My deep-bodied black heifer is certainly a heifer that caught my eye. I had her up a little higher earlier, but she gets a little sloppy, down that backbone, and gets a little sloppy in the way she's placing those back legs. But, once again, we've got a class with some variety, but I think a class with a lot of promise.
Alors, voici maintenant le résultat pour cette première division de la classe des femelles de l'année dans l'arène Simmental. So now the results for this first division of the Heifer Calf class. En première position, first place, numéro 34, number 34, Todd Jewel 26J, propriété owned by Todd Simmental. En deuxième position, second place, numéro 35, number 35, Sandy Lane Jolene 11J, propriété de owned by Pierre Lacombe. En troisième position, third place, numéro 37, number 37, Alliance Lady Tycoon, propriété de owned by Mark McCord. En quatrième position, fourth place, numéro 38, number 38, Excel Express et Barnish Jitterbug, propriété de owned by Kevin and Tracy McIntyre. En cinquième position, fifth place, numéro 31, number 31, Rosemade Jazzy 41J, propriété de owned by Rosemade Farm. En sixième position, sixth place, numéro 36, number 36, JAMG Sierra Raggard 8J, propriété de owned by Jemison Genetics. En septième position, in seventh place, numéro 33, number 33, FTA Poppy 3J, propriété de owned by Firm Terra Agri. En huitième position, in eighth place, numéro 32, number 32, Triple R Chocolate 5J, propriété de owned by Troy Whitney. Et en neuvième position, ninth place, numéro 30, Number 30, Riverside Jazzland 44J, propriété owned by River Marts. Nous continuons maintenant avec la deuxième division. Now we follow with the second division in the Heifer calf class.
I think for me, as you kind of get walking through the class and you think about it methodically, which, like I said before and many others, like which one has the least amount of issues, which one is the most fault-free, and I think I land on the heifer here that ends up here being in first. I think kind of fits that bill in that regard. I think it's just far into having being very, very youthful. She's so refined about her head and neck and ties it in good and high to the top of her shoulder. Different than the one that comes in second. I just think she handles her top line probably just a little bit better. It's not great, but just different and probably, I would say, just unique, I guess, in that regard. But when he gets her loin there on the side, I don't think there's one that kind of matches up as far as some balance pieces. I think she's tucked up neat and tidy and through the floor of her chest, ridged with a nice sweep to her lower body. And then for me, it's when she's on the move, it's a set to her hip and hind leg and get her parked there. I think she's just a lot more attractive when it comes to that. Comparatively, the heifer that comes in second, no doubt about it, here's the boldest rib, the stoutest made heifer, who's the most opened up from behind. I think just kind of structurally is where I find a few more issues in this one. She just reads probably just a nickel straighter about her shoulder. See how she kind of rolls her top there, and then just reads a little more rigid off her hind too as she gets out and goes. And as far as from a condition standpoint, she could probably just tend to just be probably just a little freshened up if I could kind of nitpick her anymore. The heifer calf here that ends up being in third, I think as far as just being youthful and fresh and having the right kind of body shape, there's a lot of things you can tie into that one. Just obviously she's fighting the halter. Her too, she just reads, like with her fighting the halter, it's hard to get a good read on her. She gets in the go. She wants to be just a nickel straight about her shoulder too, so definitely doesn't help. The heifer here that comes up in the fourth, no doubt about it, here is the biggest footed, the heaviest structured heifer. And usually I'd associate that with that kind of goes with her kind, but comparatively to some of the heifers above her, I wouldn't necessarily call her the stoutest one or the boldest rib, but the more concerning part about the lone-horned heifer in the class is the shape to her teat size. That's probably the most concerning, so be a little careful to call that one truly just a maternal-type brood cow. I'd like to see her as she matures a little more. The heifer here that follows up, I think the dark red heifer, as far as having some body, some levelness, things you can really appreciate, just the way she tips back into her flank, just reads a little shallower. The light red heifer that follows up here, some length and extension you really tie into. Probably just a little more uncoordinated off her hind leg, probably got a little more set, kind of takes away from a balance and attractive look from the side. And now the heifer here that rounds out the class, I think just as far as a performance and sheer weight advantage comes at a disadvantage to the rest of the class. She too is fighting the halter, so it's hard to get a good look at as far as just on her feet and legs, but very, very competitive class. Congratulations to all. Thank you.
Alors, les résultats pour la deuxième division dans les génisses de l'année dans la race Heifer. En première position, de Hidden Meadow Farms avec Lady Pioneer. En deuxième position, numéro 23, de Sarah Dorrit Derek Black avec Bargy Rita. Et en troisième position, numéro 22, de Reggie Raymond avec Early Bird.
Thanks for your patience there while I kind of fit the pieces together. And if you're wondering what my approach sometimes is, it's kind of line them up, the way I first see it. And if one looks out of place as far as my priority list goes, well, then I'll tweak them a little bit. And in the process of doing that, I also give these young cattle a little chance to get a little bit more comfortable, and that way I don't miss anything, which maybe was the case on this second place and third place animals. I was just a little slower to really appreciate all the goodness in them. My first place animal, she's had that look right from the get-go. Certainly showed that she was my type, when she first came out here, and she never dropped her guard a bit. Sometimes you think on these young heifers that you'd like to give them a little bit more forerib and everything, which is the case sometimes, but at the same time, that's something that's going to come as long as they're managed right and given a lot of roughage, so that natural expansion can take place up through that rib carriage. But this heifer is a good example of the way I like to see them coming off that spine with their upper rib, and how it carries on into a deep-bodied, balanced individual. And this heifer, I really like her as when I look down the side and cut her up into three pieces and see how those three pieces do fit together. And she's certainly the type, once again, you can use her for a mold. My second place heifer, maybe not quite as nicely balanced as my first place heifer, maybe gives up one rib of length, but still a heifer that, now she's settled in here and everything. You got to appreciate her for that depth, and that's where she has it over my third place heifer. She's deep through that chest floor, and that depth carries right on back through her twist area. You look behind her, she's a thick-made heifer. I don't think she comes off that spine quite as subtle as my first place heifer, but I still like the promise that she's showing. My third place heifer is certainly a showy heifer, one of the showier ones in this class. And, when you get that head up, you can't help but take a second look at her. But the way I see her, she just doesn't quite carry that depth all the way through. I'd like to see her a little deeper in that stifle. I think she's got a good heart to her. I think she's structured right. Maybe if you carried, that muscle a little deeper down in that stifle, it would not only make her look a little deeper from the side, but I think it would also set those back legs a little bit more, to where you aren't suspicious of how is she going to be in the stride. But once again, the way I've talked to on these calves, maturity is going to take care of a lot of it. And these are three good heifers that I think easily start off this class. My next heifer is a heifer that's a smaller frame type of heifer, but certainly a heifer that I think carries on with the way she's put together. And because of that, I think I have to have her up here with these four bigger heifers. But if I do anything with her, I just put a different head on her. She's a little short-skulled for my liking, but that'd be the biggest thing. I think she's made right. I'd like to see her a little bit bigger, but I think she got a lot of capacity for the frame size she is. My two red heifers are two cow makers. I think they're going to be great cows. I just don't think they're going to be great show heifers. They're a little sloppier in their presentation, and they don't balance out quite as nice and profile quite as nice as these black heifers that I put up above them. Once again, we got a smaller framed heifer here, but really nicely made. She presents herself really well. Certainly a heifer that I think as she grows will change. Even change the comments that I or someone else would make on her, and she's got a lot of promise. The two heifers are closing out the class. I just like to make them more in the mold of the heifers above them, not quite as shallow as they're presenting today, and a little bit more natural muscle.
Alors, pour cette deuxième division, dans le ring Simmental là, pour la classe de femelles de l'année. So now the result for the second division, the Simmental ring, in the Heifer calf class. En première position, first place, le numéro 46, number 46, JAMG Cardi B5J, propriété de Owned by Jameson Genetics. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 44, number 44, Alliance Sarah Capricious, propriété de Owned by Mark McCord. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 39, number 39, LK Ice Cream 126J, propriété de Owned by Sandy Reed. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 41, number 41, Excel Getting Ready to Dance, propriété de owned by Tracy and Kevin McIntyre. En cinquième position, fifth place, numéro 45, number 45, For Bell Just That Good, propriété de owned by Jake Bell. En sixième position, sixth place, numéro 42, number 42, Donovan Dale Jockey 16J, propriété de owned by Gerald and Keita Donovan. En septième position, seventh place, numéro 47, number 47, La Rose Just Classy, 94J, propriété de owned by Ferme La Rose. En huitième position, eighth place, numéro 43, number 43, Sunmar JC 24J, propriété de owned by Jason Morse. Et en neuvième position, in ninth place, numéro 40, number 40, Outback Acres Black Glory, propriété de owned by André Veilleux. Nous enchaînons maintenant avec la troisième division. So now we continue with the third division.
I guess first impressions of these two walks in the class, I thought I had two class winners, no doubt about it. And I think the one that ends up leading off from her shoulder back, just as far as quality and things you could put together, like I said, from this one's shoulder back, I don't know if we've seen a better one all day on this side of the ring. I love her. She is awesome. And the way she comes out of her rib cage, she's so open and bold. She reads with such a maternal sweep to her lower body, and love the sets of that one's hip and hind leg. She's so attractive, so sound as she gets out in the go. And I guess I'm going to be a little critical of this one, but she could be better out of the angle of her shoulder. She's probably just a little forward about her knee. But to be nitpicky on one that's still so attractive just in her basic build and has such a good look about her and love the way she's put together, that one is really, really nice. I think there's a lot to be excited about that one. And now the heifer that comes up in second, like I said with my class winner, she's the option that reads better out of the angle of her shoulder. I just think with her, you get back looking at her, the way she's set into her hip and hind leg, just not near as attractive. Maybe just reads a little more with a little more set, and maybe go in the... You can push the boundaries and say maybe she's a little just more uncoordinated as she gets out in the go off her hind two, but still a very, very good kind. A lot of pieces you can tie into that one. Love the way she blends from her shoulder back into her forward, back into her rib cage. Just, that's a very, very good kind. The heifer that ends up coming here in third, I think as far as being so extremely youthful and fresh and good in her angles, you can really tie into that one. Just so you step back on the rear three-quarter angle, just probably comes in a few more pieces, this heifer. I think she's kind of a little flatter in her forerib, maybe just a nickel rounder into her pin set. But as far as having some basic function and practicality, one you can really tie into. The one that ends up coming here in fourth, I think, kind of follows a little more type and kind of the heifer that comes in here in third, just as far as being youthful, fresh, good in her angles. She's probably one of the leanest made heifers in classes, which I can appreciate. But two, I think she's just a little in at her knee, closed up at her chest floor. Just as far as having some genuine width, she's probably one of the flatter made, kind of flatter ribbed heifers in class. To the next two heifers to follow up, for me, take it as you would. They've got a lot of time to grow and develop. We don't need to have them this heavy conditioned right now. Just first impressions, love the body type in them. But both, just as far as their external fat indicators go, their chest floors are opened up, their pones are so full. And then just the way they're filling into where their bag develops. I just think these heifers are reading a little coarse and a little round. And just as far as having that fresh, youthful look, I would be on the side to like to see them ones greened up here today. Now the heifer that rounds out the class, you love the length and extension. And as far as that, she's probably a class leader. Just some basic things. I think just get her on the stand. She can kind of get a little easy in her top. She wants to run downhill. A little more uncoordinated out of the set of her hip and hind leg. Lots of flexibility, though. I think of just having some basic function and practicality. She'll certainly fit the bill. Just as far as some of the extras go, doesn't quite have it today. Thank you.
Alors, dans la race Heifer, la dernière division, la troisième, pour les génisses de l'année, en première position, propriété de Stonewood Grange avec l'exhibit Stonewood Rose, numéro 28. En deuxième position également de Stonewood Grange avec Stonewood Contel, numéro 30. Et en troisième position de Hidden Meadow Farms avec Robin, numéro 29.
I'll keep it pretty short and brief here. Top two are extremely high quality. Those are kinds, if you want to show your kids and say, resemble this would be a good mental image to take a picture of. These two are very, very good. Moving on down the line, like I've talked about a lot of these heifers, just kind of basic issues as far as maybe some structural things, or just comparatively don't have the sheer kind of performance and weight advantage. Like I said, some structural issues. Some can kind of come in bits and pieces. Just a lot of variation when you get to type and kind in here. But like I said, I'll keep it short and brief. Everybody's here to be talking about all these ones throughout the last 3 classes. So congratulations to all. Thanks.
Alors, le résultat, finalement, dans la classe des génisses de l'année dans la race Heifer, en première position, numéro 28, propriété de Stonewood Grange avec Stonewood Rose. En deuxième position, également de Stonewood Grange avec Stonewood Chotel. En troisième position, de Stonewood Grange avec Stonewood Suzy. En quatrième position, de Eden Meadow Farms avec Robin. En cinquième position, numéro 20 de Sarah Darrow Derek Black avec Bargy. En sixième, numéro 27 de Eden Meadow Farms avec Lady Pioneer. En septième, le numéro 17 de Amanda Boucher avec Jelly Bean. En huitième, numéro 23 de Sarah Darrow Derek Black avec Bargy M. Rita. En neuvième, le numéro 22 de Reggie Raymond avec Early Bird. Et c'est le résultat de la classe des génisses de l'année.
I apologize to you spectators for taking so much time and everything, but I think the exhibitors came here to get my true opinion. I wanted to just double check and make sure I was right, and I've got my own thought process I have to go through in order to convince me I've got it right. And we've got 3 really good black heifers. We got some good heifers in this class, but those 3 black heifers just kind of, like a magnet kind of drew themselves together in my mind. The heifer that is now in 3rd place is up at the top. I really like the way she presents herself. I would like to just, round her out in that forerib a little bit, but, probably the thing that caused me to move her down is I just like to see her a little freer moving through those back wheels, especially compared to the 2 heifers above her, which are carrying more condition in my mind than the heifers, all the heifers down below her. And that was a big concern in my class winner here is, what is that extra condition she's carrying at this young age? What is it going to be? Will it be a detriment to her productive ability? And I'm not here picking show winners. I'm here, picking cow prospects. And some of them are going to be prettier than others. But, in my mind, I have convinced myself that, yes, they stand a good chance of going out and being that cow. I think that they are, or that I open my mouth and predict that they will be. But the ultimate factor is the management that goes into these heifers. And please don't ruin some of these good females for the sake of a ribbon. Let them produce a calf that will give you that ribbon, plus give you a pile of pride in the process. But with the proper management, I think I do have the right heifer up here in the top. She's by far the deepest bodied heifer. She's also the biggest ribbed heifer. She's also the biggest hipped heifer. But she's got a good cow look to her. And once she's out here for a while, she relaxed and she showed that goodness. And that's why, she, inch by inch, place by place, she moved up. My 2nd place heifer is a heifer that caught my eye right from the beginning. I just a little cautious on that extra condition, and that extra condition is showing up down there in her young udder. And so I have to raise a question about that. But I have to give her just due today. She is where I think she belongs, and some of you may have her in the top spot or you may have her below. But she deserves consideration to be up towards this end of the class. This fancy, smaller frame Black Heifer is one that caught my eye, and she had my eye from the start of the class. But like I said, I just like to free her up in her movement, especially down through the back end. And I think she's a heifer that I could have easily left up at the top spot. The red heifer is the type heifer that I can easily attach to as far as calling out a cow prospect. I think she's got it written all over her. I just like to strengthen her for all the bigness she has. I just like to strengthen her in her top line a bit. And give me a little bit more of a confidential feeling that, yes, as a cow, she's going to be strong in structure and she's going to have some lasting productive lives ahead of her. But certainly a heifer that I think the exhibitor should be proud that he let her out here today. You get on down the line, I've got a really nice black heifer I had up towards the top of the class, but as compared to the heifers above her, she's just a little shallower, a little tighter flanked, but she's a heifer that's made good and made nice in her bone structure. I just like to deepen her down and give her a bit more substance. My red heifer and the black heifer following her are very similar. They're heifers that have that big hip, that big middle, really nice up to the front end, but they're just pinched a little bit too much for everything they've got back behind. They're just a little too tight to that heart for me to move them up any higher today. On down the line, we close out the class there with a big framed heifer that's still made nice. You've got to compliment her. She'll deepen down and everything. She's certainly a heifer that's going to be able to work in the cow herd.
Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, les résultats de cette troisième division de la classe de femelles de l'année. So now in the Simmental ring, the results for this third division of the Heifer Calf class. En première position, first place, le numéro 48, number 48, Whitewater Joel 15J, propriété de Owned by Whitewater Livestock. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 56, number 56, JMG Black Weber 3J, propriété de Owned by Jameson Genetics. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 53, number 53, XLPHCC Ebony's Jolene, 402J, propriété de Owned by Tracy and Kevin McIntyre. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 52, number 52, Todd Janelle 7J, propriété de Owned by Todd Simmental. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 51, number 51, Greyledge Ebony, propriété de Owned by David and Marilyn Gray. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 54, number 54, Excel Cesar Red Ruby 401J, propriété de Owned by Kevin and Tracy McIntyre. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 49, number 49, LGB First Journey 36J, propriété de Owned by Lily Bouffard. En huitième position, eighth place, le numéro 55, number 55, GCS M&M 103J, propriété de Owned by Sandy Reed. Et en neuvième position, ninth place, le numéro 50, number 50, Triple R Charm 3J, propriété de Owned by Troy Whitney. Nous poursuivons maintenant avec la quatrième et dernière division. So now we continue with the fourth and last division.
keep it kind of short and quick here with a limited class as far as numbers go. I think the younger one, I think, is just as far as having some rib and some body. Just reads a little more sweep to the center portion of her lower portion of her rib there. Just read a little more, more productive years as she kind of goes down the road. Now the older heifer that falls up in second, I think, as far as having some length and extension and some added growth, you can tie into her. Just kind of her lower body kind of reads with a harsher look. Definitely the shallower made heifer. And then, too, some structural issues with both of them arise. But I think just kind of keep it short and sweet. The younger heifer, like I said, just as far as having some rib and body compared to back to the one falls up in second, just has the direct advantage. Thank you.
Alors, résultat dans la race Heifer, en première position, numéro 36 de Carl Labbé avec Labbé Hippie Girl. Et en deuxième position, numéro 37 de Ray Smith avec Black River Princess.
once again, a tough, tight placing for this top end of this class. Switch these top three any way you want to, and you won't meet any resistance from me. I'm still sorting them out through my mind and everything, but in the end, I think I've got to go with this fresh-looking heifer here. I really love this heifer on the move. She's got no holdback when it comes to moving. She just gets out and she strides right in there and does her thing. Presents herself probably better so on the move than she does standing there, but certainly an attractive, fresh-looking, young-looking heifer that when you look at her, the way she's structured and everything, look at that bone she's got and the body mass she has. It's certainly well balanced that way, but she's got enough heart to her. She's got enough flatness, on that shoulder blade, the way it lays in there. You can certainly look forward to seeing what type of yearling this heifer's going to grow into and the type of cow she's going to make. I really like her coming off the rump. I like the way she expresses that young muscle, down through that stifle, through that quarter. I can't talk enough about, how she's my type of heifer. We get in there in a similar type in this second heifer, just a little bit bigger version, and you aren't going to give up any thickness when you stand behind her and look down that top. She's a good wide top type of heifer, but what I really like is this is a big middled heifer, and she's got enough rib to go with it. Probably where she lacks on the balance end, she just needs to have a little bit more natural muscle down through that quarter side. And if I was fitting her, I don't see her as big jointed, but she's presented as a little bit bigger jointed down through those hocks and everything, and that would help her in her total package, or total presentation. But once again, a very attractive, young, youthful-looking heifer that does get out in stride and does her thing. Okay, we move down to my third place heifer, and if you want to criticize me for leaving her down here, I'm good with it, because she is a good heifer, and she's probably the best muscled heifer of any heifer in the class while still maintaining her femininity. I certainly like this heifer coming from the hooks over those pins. She's wide pin. That tail head sets in there pretty nice. And you look down through her rear quarter structure, like she's a good, thick, meaty heifer. She, really like the way that rib expresses itself coming out. When you look down that hip, that big hip, and then see that good, big rib, it supports. Something like that needs a good, strong shoulder like she has, but that shoulder isn't threatening. Where I'd like to, straighten this heifer up a little bit, if I use that term, would be give her a little bit more strength at top. I just see her giving a little bit in that top line as compared to the other heifers, but she still gets out and takes a step and wants to take a step, so here's one to keep an eye on and see how she does, in the future. I think she's got a good future ahead of her. My next heifer is a heifer I really like for her depth, freshness, and everything, but she's just too loose in her structure, too loose in her top to go any higher today. The black baldy heifer is a heifer that got a lot of good structure in her. She just needs a little bit more body mass. I compliment this young lady with this red heifer. I see a lot of good in this heifer. She's maybe not the show heifer to be out here today, but I think she's got a good cow prospect, and I think she may do herself proud with a heifer like this and what she holds in store for me. The traditional heifer, once again, a good cow prospect, just a little junky up through that front end, but, she'll look every bit as good out in the pasture as anything else. We close out the class with a real attractive black baldy heifer that once again is made nice, strong in her structure. I just like to deepen her down through her middle, give her a little bit more twist and a little bit more quarter.
Alors, voici maintenant les résultats pour cette quatrième et dernière division de la classe des femelles de l'année dans la race Simmental. So now the result for this final division, in the Simmental ring. En première position, first place, le numéro 63, number 63, Fusion Just a Dream, propriété de owned by Julie Dennison and Rothschild. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 60, number 60, JMG Queen of Arundel 1J, propriété de owned by Jameson Genetics. En troisième position, in third place, le numéro 64, number 64, Master R Earthbreaker 8032J, propriété de owned by Master R. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 65, number 65, LFPC GLO, propriété owned by now by Jetstream Genetics. En 5e position, 5th place, le numéro 58, number 58, RK Peanut Butter and Jelly 102J, propriété owned by Sandra Alton. En 6e position, 6th place, le numéro 61, number 61, Outback Acres Glamour Girl, propriété owned by André Veilleux. En 7e position, 7th place, le numéro 57, number 57, Donovan Del Juniper, propriété owned by Gerald and Rita Donovan. Et en 8e place, in 8th place, le numéro 59, number 59, RK Jolly Holly 101J, propriété owned by Sandy Reed. Voici maintenant rendu à la finale pour la classe de génisses. So now the final class for FOCAF class.
Be short and quick. Heifer that ends up leading off the class, just as far as being good in her kind, being very level-made, having the right kind of set to her hip and hind leg. Although she's kind of knuckling over on her pastern right there, she's just a little uncomfortable. I think this heifer, as far as basic build, is probably the best in the class. Just some bits and pieces about her that I can really tie into. I think it's just as far as the way she ties her neck in high out of the top of her shoulder. From there back, she's neat and tidy through the floor of her chest. And that's probably one of the direct advantages. See, is the heifer that comes up in second. To be critical of her, though, there's some obvious things. I think she's probably just a nickel coarse about her teats. As far as some pigment issues go, I'd definitely like to see a little more red on this heifer. And then compared back to the heifer that comes up in second, she's no question the deepest bodied heifer in class. She's the biggest ended. Just as far as if you want to tidy that one up a little bit, I think she's a nickel coarse and open about her shoulder. The deep-chested heifer who's in second is the biggest naveled. And personally, just reads a little bit stale and could be freshened up. I think would really benefit her. Now the heifer that rounds out the class, as far as some length and extension goes, no doubt about it. That is the longest, biggest outlined heifer in class. Just first impressions, the shallow-bodied female who's probably just a nickel straight about her shoulder. Just reads a little too uncoordinated off her hind leg, and just like to freshen her up and see a little more rib and body in that one. Thank you.
Alors, résultat dans la classe numéro 9 dans le Hereford. En première position, numéro 40 de Christopher Lodge avec Stonewood Suzy. En deuxième position, numéro 39 de Ray Smith avec Steelbrook Havana. Et en troisième position, numéro 38 de la ferme Bradley Farm avec l'exhibit Bradley Miss Honey.
Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, je rappelle notre juge aujourd'hui, M. Bill Biglini de Douglas au Manitoba. M. Biglini est accompagné de sa femme Nancy. J'aimerais que vous lui accordez une bonne main d'applaudissement pour sa présence aujourd'hui. Now, our judge is Mr. Bill Biglini. Please give him a big round of applause. Nous sommes présentement au jugement de la dernière division de la classe de femelles de l'année. Les bannières sont une commandite de sable Simmental et de la ferme La Rose. We are now the final division of the Heifer calf class. The banners are sponsored by Sab Simmental and Ferme La Rose. Alors, je demanderai un représentant de Ferme La Rose de se présenter et de Sab Simmental.
one advantage we have in the way these heifers have been showed, same with the bull calves, they were brought out in their smaller age bracket, or their heats, as we sometimes call them. I placed them in the way I saw them then. Okay, now they're out here. This is the final placing. This is the official placing and everything. Some heifers have come out here and are more comfortable and are taking this. Other heifers, because of whatever reason, they come out here and they don't want to be here. They're tired. They want to go back to the stalls. So, you know, we have those aspects coming in. But sometimes the longer the longer you stress an animal, the more the faults come out. And to me, it makes it a little bit easier to judge. I just wanted to double check and make sure I wasn't jumping to conclusions and everything. But when it's all said and done, I feel pretty good with my top end placing here. This heifer, I talked highly of her in class, the one that I'm putting up at the top. She still presents that image and still convinces me that she deserves to be there. She maybe won't be big enough for all of you, but, you know, she's structured right. She walks right. I think she's going to develop into a cow with the least amount of structural problems, and that gives you an advantage of longevity, you know, when you go them that way. But look at the broodiness in this young, fresh female and all, and I just can't help but say she's my type of female. My second place female, I think I had her third in class behind my fourth place animal, if I'm not mistaken. My memory's good, but it's very, very short. But this second place heifer, the longer she is out here, the stronger she convinced me she was made. And I didn't see the you know, you can see a little dip in that spine, but, you know, the way she gets out there and walks and everything, I've got to give her just desserts. And I think she belongs here in second place. I really like the mold she presents. I like the picture that she can take. And I like the way she walks out there, and I like to strengthen her out on the top. But I like that big hip that she has and that femininity up front, and she pieces it all together in a really nice package. My third place heifer is a red heifer that, you know, she's at a disadvantage, I think, because of her color of her hair, you know, the way her hair wants to lay in instead of fluff out and everything. But she's an honest heifer, and she's my type of heifer, and I feel very comfortable in saying I think she's a definite cow prospect here, and I think I've got to bring her on up here and talk about her. You know, she's feminine made. Look at her walk. She's maybe a little shorter in her step as compared to the heifers above her, but she's still consistent in her step, and I like her broodiness. I like her character about that front end. You know, certainly a good heifer. I really like that udder development that she's starting to show there. My next heifer is a heifer that I was a little hard on. I maybe didn't like her quite as good out here in this final go-around as I did in class, but she's still a good heifer in her own right. She's got some body and substance. Just go ahead and keep walking. Everything. So, you know, she's still up in the top end of this class. Keep in mind how many heifers we had out here today. So this is a good compliment still to this heifer that she's up in the top 4 or 5, whatever it is. We get on down the line, we still got some pretty good heifers that I can talk about, but I talked about them in class. You know, just appreciate these heifers for the goodness and the fact they're representing a strong overall group of heifers that was led out here today. Thank you very much.
Alors, voici maintenant les gagnants pour cette classe de femelles de l'année dans la race Simmental. So now the winners for this heifer calf class in the Simmental ring. En première position, first place, le numéro 63, number 63, Fusion Just a Dream, propriété de owned by Julie Dennison and Ross Giles. Félicitations, congratulations. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 64, number 64, Master R. Earthbreaker 8032J, propriété de owned by Paul and Jennifer Mastein. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 34, number 34, Todd Joel 26J, propriété de owned by Todd Simmental. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 60, number 60, JAMJ Queen of Arundel 1J, propriété de owned by Jemison Genetics. En cinquième position de fifth place, le numéro 48, number 48, Whitewater Joel 15J, propriété de owned by Whitewater Livestock. En septième position, numéro 56, number 56, JMJ Black Weber 3J, propriété de owned by Jemison Genetics. En huitième position, ninth place, le numéro 44, number 44, Alliance Sarah's Capacious, propriété de owned by Mark McCourt. En neuvième position, ninth place, le numéro 39, number 39, RK Ice Cream 126J, propriété de owned by Sandy Reed. Et en dixième position, 10th place, le numéro 46, number 46, JMG Cody 5J, propriété de owned by Jemison Genetics. Félicitations, congratulations. Alors, pour cette classe, maintenant, des veaux d'automne femelles dans la race Simmental. For this Heifer Fall Calf class, on retrouve le numéro 66, number 66, Triple RLA 12H, propriété de owned by Troy Whitney. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe des femelles 1 an junior. So we're going to continue with the yearling female class.
When you look at these three Simmental yearling heifers, they're all pretty similar in their build and the strength of build that they have and the way they're put together. Probably the thing that differentiates them, one from the other would in my eyes, would be the overall depth that they have. I really like the length of hip and the spring of rib that my first place heifer shows, but when we get into the depth department, she's probably the deepest hearted heifer, in here, and where that depth carries on back through that flank and twist area. My second place heifer is a heifer that's got a lot of mass to her, a lot of volume, and everything, just a little sloppier in the way she gets out there and walks as compared to the first heifer. My third place heifer is certainly an attractive heifer, but she does give up some depth overall compared to the two heifers above her.
Alors, les résultats maintenant pour cette classe de femelles 1 an junior Simmental. So now the results for this female junior yearling class in the Simmental ring. En première position, first place, le numéro 70, number 70, IRCCBRI 76H, propriété de Owned by Lacombs Farm. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 69, number 69, Fusion et Louver Fancy Girl, propriété de Owned by Julie Dennison and Russ Giles. Et en troisième position, third place, le numéro 68, number 68, San Swayze Garnet 326H, propriété de Owned by Service Animal Noiseux. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la première division de la classe des femelles 1 an senior. So now we continue with the first division of the senior yearling female class.
Obviously, with this many head in the class, you just got to take a few more seconds to just kind of evaluate everything and kind of get your feet underneath you and realize what you're doing. Be pretty blunt and simple. That's the best heifer in class that wins, with no question about it. She attaches her neck good and high at the top of her shoulder. She's awesome in her rib cage. Love the sweep to her lower body. Beautiful set to her hip and hind leg. And probably what I like most about her, she's probably the freshest. No doubt about it. That is one big major concern I have looking at this class. Let's lean them up, guys. They don't need to be this heavy. But I think as far as just this one having some female quality, looking like a maternal brood cow, I really, really like this one. There's a lot good to say about her. The heifer that comes up here in second, I think, as far as stoutness of feature, having a bold rib cage, being wide enough through her pin set, and just reading awful maternal in her kind, she definitely looks like a brood cow, just as far as some bits and pieces of looking with that extra bit of female quality through her front 1/3, especially about her shoulder. And then comparatively, she gets a nickel just probably round out of her hip as well. But I think as far as having some excuse me, the kind of pieces of making a good maternal, easy-doing female definitely fits the bill. The heifer that comes here in third, probably definitely the biggest outline, the heaviest weight heifer in class. There's a lot of heifer there. To some people, maybe that's kind of what you're shooting for. For me, she's probably just a little bit on the big side. If I could anything, just probably want to moderate her just a tick. But as far as being level-made, good out of her hip and hind leg, I can really appreciate her. But compared back to the heifer above her, I think she's probably, like I said, just a little bit too big as far as frame size goes. She's a frailer featured heifer who just doesn't have that kind of sheer rib shape and dimension strictly from behind, probably compared back to the heifers above her. And like I said, as far as some just pieces of moderation, I think she could be toned down in that regard. The heifer that comes up here in fourth, love the sweep to her lower body. She's definitely loose and extended. Just some pieces of cleanliness and kind of youthful look from the side. I think she kind of drifts a little farther away from, probably just a nickel deeper at her about her chest. She herself, too, was probably carrying a little extra condition for what I'd like to see. Yeah, and then a heifer, like I said, just love the body and dimension of her. Just kind of comes in a few more pieces, kind of gets easier in her top. Now, the The heifer that winds up here in 5th, as far as just being level-made, moderate, having enough dimension to her, can appreciate her. Her issues, as she gets there in the stand, she wants to roll her hocks in, the frail-featured heifer. Just probably can read a little bit coarse about her teats. I just don't love the way she's built out of her rear, too. And then, personally, like to rearrange her the way she's built up front. Maybe she's just a nickel straight about her shoulder as well. But as far as having some rib and body, definitely can appreciate that heifer for those pieces. The heifer that comes in next, as far as just having some maternal look, you can appreciate her. She, too, is probably one of the fresher ones in class. Just the way she progresses back into her flank, especially about her lower body, get a good view from her other side as she's walking out of the ring. I think the deepest part on her is probably her chest floor, and then from there back into her flank doesn't read with that same progression of depth and kind of maternal sweep to her lower body. But still, as far as being fresh and youthful, can really, really appreciate her. The heifer that falls in behind her, as far as depth back into her flank, has the advantage over the heifer above, no doubt about it. Just as far as reading with some cleanliness and youthful kind of look from the side, she too is driven deeper at her chest floor. And then some other pieces as structurally, she just reads a nickel. She wants to roll her hocks in together, kind of get outside of her body wall a little bit off her hind too, just maybe a little uncoordinated when it comes to that. And then the heifer behind her, kind of more type and kind, follows the issues of the heifer above. I want to like this one a lot from the side. She's deep. You want to really call her maternal and kind of easy doing, but like I said, let's freshen them up. She doesn't need to have that amount of condition on her today. But I think as just far as having some depth and having some practicality, you can sure appreciate her. It's just from behind. She really wants to flatten out to the base of her quarter, roll her hock in. She too just kind of gets outside of her body wall when she gets out on the move. The heifer that falls in here behind, kind of big outlined, high performing. A lot of people can like that. For me, she's probably a little much as far as frame size goes, and then just the way she reads as far as having some added youthful and attractive looks from the side, and just like the modifier from there. Now the more moderate heifer that reads with a little more white on her, as far as being youthful, fresh, and attractive, you can lean that way on her. Personally, I just like to see a little more heifer there. The frail-featured heifer, just as far as a weight and performance advantage compared back to some of the heifers on the other end, kind of fall short in that regard. Now the heifer that's third from the end, I think, as far as being big outline, high-performing, definitely has some advantages. Just some structural issues. She wants to roll her hock in, I think, and then a view from the side. Really wants to kind of shallow up as she gets closer back into her flank. Just doesn't read with that same kind of progression, the depth back into her lower part of her rib cage. Now the heifer here that sits second from the end, that's walking out in front of me. I think just in terms of being moderate, having enough body, having enough dimension to her, I think definitely checks the boxes. Just structurally, she's too forward at her shoulder, too over in her knee, wants to pull her top up, kind of pinching her loin, get her tail head in the air. Just some kind of obvious things as she gets out in the go. Now the heifer here that rounds out the class as far as having some body and dimension, you can really tie into that one. She reads with a nice sweep to her lower body. It's just, she doesn't really read to me as looking like a youthful kind of a female. She's the long-headed heifer who's too thick and deep about her neck and chest floor, wants to roll her hock in, and just, like I said, just a few too many issues structurally, and just as far as looking like a female, kind of drifts a little further away from that. But all in all, great class. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you.
Alors, les résultats dans la classe des Heifer. En première position, first place, numéro 53, number 53, propriété de Paul Mastein avec Master Lisa. En deuxième position, numéro 51, second place, number 51, de Stonewood Grange avec Stonewood Suzy. En troisième position, numéro 43, de Sarah Doro Derek Black avec Bargy Hazel. En quatrième position, numéro 46, number 46, de Amada Bushi avec Head Over Hills. En cinquième position, numéro 48, number 48, fifth place, de Christopher Lodge avec Louvilla. En sixième position, le numéro 52, sixth place, number 52, propriété de Paul Mastein avec Master Havana. En septième position, numéro 50, seventh place, number 50, de la ferme Bradley avec Bradley Miss Anna. En huitième position, numéro 45 de Hamada Bushi avec Haley. En neuvième position, numéro 47 de Stonewood Grange avec Stonewood Showtel. En 10e position, numéro 41 de G.K. Golden Farm avec She's Dream. 11e, numéro 42 de Robbie Mastine avec Master Hannah. En 12e, numéro 44 de Jason Brock avec BLB Hazelnut. Et en 13e position de Jory Donovan avec l'Exhibitor Hope.
I'll be pretty short and brief here with the champion bred. Just far as one that kind of hits me is kind of having a lot of the right pieces, the hardest one to fault, kind of going back to, that's kind of been my rhythm or my theme, kind of, it's how I go about looking at cows. With that, there's kind of one heifer that definitely sticks out to me. It should be right in front of me. Congratulations. Thank you. With that, I think the one that follows up most in type and kind as far as being the hardest to fault and just having enough rib and body and looking like a maternal, easy-doing female would be the heifer that comes out of the same class. Thank you.
Alors, la championne junior, numéro 53, propriété de Paul Mastine avec l'Exhibi Master Lisa. Et la réserve junior, numéro 51, propriété de Stonewood Grange avec Stonewood Susie.
I've got an easy top here in this Simmental show with this heifer. You know, just look at the attractiveness. But she's a good big heifer, but she's good. And I really, you know, whenever you get a heifer like that can lay those shoulders in there and carry that much rib, that much hip, that much volume, that much depth, you know, you've got to take a serious look at her. And that's what building bulls is about, is putting females like this, you know, underneath them to give them support. And she's got the bone, she's got the structure that I think we need to have in the females we call really good. My black heifer is a heifer that's really tidy, really clean, doesn't have a dimple in her when you look down that build that she's got. But naturally, as you can see, she gives up some overall volume as compared to my top place heifer. But, this is pretty good heifer when you really get in close and analyze her. She got got a really nice udder attachment coming there. But, she's made good through the rib area. They come off that spine all right. A heifer, I think, she'll look even better once she gets a calf on her. My next heifer is a heifer. I really like her for the depth and substance that she has. She just gives up some overall length of spine and some overall strength of spine, too, as compared to the two heifers above her. This red heifer, if I'm being hard on any heifers in this class, it'd be this red heifer. I think she is a pretty darn nice heifer and certainly deserves to be out here. And if you want to move her on up on top of those two black heifers ahead of her, I won't knock you for doing it because she can give you enough reasons to even consider it. We get on down the line. I've got a heifer that if she just had a little bit more width over that top, a little bit more gradual turn off of that spine into those ribs, I think this is a heifer I could easily move up to, but certainly fits in the top four. This traditional heifer is a heifer. Take a look at the rib and the barrel on this heifer. You got to compliment her for that. It's just too bad she's carrying a little bit too much condition that's causing her to come across kind of as a bit stale. Maybe a touch bit of a barren look to her, but a heifer that I could certainly compliment for her skeletal build and the overall volume she has. We get on down the line, we get into three good-looking black baldy heifers that just give up a little bit of that substance and body mass as compared to the heifers above her.
Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, les résultats pour cette première division de la classe de femelles 1 an senior. En première position, on retrouve le numéro 89. In first place, in addition to your program, number 89, Barley Arts on Fire, propriété de owned by Jerry Barber. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 71, number 71, San Sweezy Garnet 223H, propriété de owned by Service Animal Noiseux. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 76, number 76, GCL Iden Treasure, propriété de owned by GCL Simmental. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 72, number 72, Todd Harlequin 25H, propriété de owned by Todd Simmental. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 74, number 74, Jesky Gem 31H, propriété de owned by Keystone Livestock. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 78, number 78, Rodrica 2H, propriété de owned by Ferme Eriza. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 79, number 79, Outback Acres High Class, propriété de owned by André Veilleux. En huitième position, le numéro 73, in eighth place, number 73, Whitewater Harley 19H, owned by Whitewater Livestock. En neuvième position, ninth place, le numéro 77, number 77, Triple R Luna 1H, propriété de owned by GCL Simmental. Et en dixième position, tenth place, le numéro 75, number 75, La Rose Hazel 95H, propriété de owned by River Morse. Nous poursuivons maintenant avec la deuxième division des femelles 1 an senior. So now we continue with the second division of the senior yearling female class.
Just a lone entry here. Be quick and brief. Big outline, lots of performance. Got enough as far as foot and bone goes. Just a good kind of a heifer that's definitely got enough body to her. Thank you.
Alors, le résultat dans la race Heifer, avec un seul exhibit, numéro 54, number 54, first place, propriété de Paul Mastine avec l'exhibit Master Trick or Treat.
For me, I guess just a pretty easy sort on this one. Mama Cow, who leads off the class with her bull calf that was second in his division. Big outline, love the calf. That's a good kind still, regardless of where he ended up in the bull show today. But as far as just having some muscle, having kind of a rugged look about him, as far as foot and bone structure, you can really appreciate that calf. Mama Cow is doing a really nice job. Now it gets to the female here, the mama, as far as being youthful and practical. I think it's just far as suspension and teat size is still adequate, and then definitely reads with a maternal sweep to her lower body. Love the sets of that one's hip and hind leg, and just the progression of depth back into her lower portion of her body is just as one you could kind of call very well balanced from the side. Can like that one quite a bit. Now the pair that ends up coming here in second, I think definitely Mama Cow is doing a nice job. Just as far as some kind of pieces of balance and look and structure, is where she kind of has some definite disadvantages compared to the class winner. I think this one's got a little more set to her hind legs. She doesn't read as sound as she gets out in the go and is correct on her off her rear two. And then the calf two to go along with it. I think structurally it's kind of more where her issues will lie. And I kind of mentioned that earlier. Calf wants to roll her top up, duck her head because her shoulder's a little too straight, and then jack up her tail head as she gets out in the go. But still, as far as Mama Cow doing a good job, very, very good kind of a female still, that Mama. Now following up here in third, definitely the more youthful and definitely the leanest in the class. And you can certainly appreciate them for that. They are what they are here today. Just as far as the pieces of extra look and balance and quality and kind of dimension and shape, I think as a pair they kind of fall short as the ones above. But as far as just being very practical and they are what they are, they certainly fit that. Thank you.
Alors, résultat dans la race Heifer, les vaches avec leur premier veau. En première position, numéro 56, propriété de Stonewood Grange. First place, number 56, property of Stonewood Grange avec l'Exhibitor Stonewood Chattel. En deuxième position, numéro 57, second place, number 57, propriété de Stephen Goodine avec l'Exhibitor Maya. Et en troisième position, numéro 55, third place, number 55, propriété de Carl Labbé avec Labbé Gommette.
Yep, bring them on around so they can see them from the side. Not an easy decision, as you can probably figure, and I certainly hope that some of you think I did wrong by switching them, because they're two good heifers. Either one of them is going to do a program a lot of good. It's just that when I look at them and think, well, you know, it'd be nice to have one class winner or two that would qualify for a tie, but they won't allow you to do it. This heifer has a lot of extension. For you people that like them really feminine and extended up front, she's got that, but she's still attached in a good way. That neck fits into those shoulders lay flat, and her spine comes out of those shoulders in a good, strong way. She doesn't drop out of those shoulders. She comes across that loin in a really strong manner, and look at the length of the hip that she has. But you know, I can say that on this second place heifer. She's maybe not quite as extended up through that front end as my first place heifer is, but I really like the femininity that she shows and the broodiness that she shows. She's strong down that spine. She's big in that rib, and she's roomy enough in that heart. You know, probably the big thing that's helping me decide today, and don't take it as a negative, because I hate to be a predictor. I think the proof is in the pudding when you wean those first calves off these 2-year-olds. But, you know, I think both of these, it'd be interesting to see what they have for calves at side. But udder is going to be the one thing that's helping me go with the one in front today. I just like her, you know, udder attachment, udder development, you know, a little better than my second one. But like I said, don't take that as a negative, because it's just a point of application to help me decide which one of these two needs to be over the other. We get into these black heifers that follow up with these two good red heifers. We don't give up on the quality. We still got, you know, a good look of these heifers. You know, they're good, big, wide top, wide hipped heifers, and look at the way the shoulders lay in on them. You know, I could use the same description for you know, a lot of these heifers on down into this class, and I'd be talking truth too. It's just that some of them are a little heavier in calf, some of them are showing that cowiness a little bit better, and we have to realize that pregnancy is a hormone thing, and as the hormones change, as the hormones increase, that's what's going to trigger the cow aspect and take the show ring look away and start giving them that cow look. And some of these heifers will vary in that aspect. But my compliments to you all. You know, I can certainly be high on what we've got to work with within the Simmental breed and the contribution that these breeders are making towards that end.
Alors, les résultats pour cette deuxième division de la classe de femelles 1 an senior dans la race Simmental. So now the results for the second division of the senior yearling female class. En première position de first place, le numéro 85, number 85, Great Age Dream, propriété de Owned by Keystone Livestock. En deuxième position de second place, le numéro 81, number 81, G-Star Amber Nice, 12H, propriété de Owned by Nathan and Jackie Latchford. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 91, number 91, Master R. Earl's Desire, 85H, propriété de Owned by Paul and Jennifer Marstein. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 90, number 90, Master R. Army at Hello 7H, propriété de Owned by Jennifer and Paul Marstein. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 80, number 80, Outset Havana 109H, propriété de Owned by Outset Cattle Co. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 83, number 83, SBV Miss Beat 610H, propriété de Owned by Glenn and Pamela Wharton. En septième position, seventh place, le numéro 84, number 84, Donavandale Red Yossi, propriété de Owned by André Veilleux. En huitième position, eighth place, le numéro 88, number 88, Sunmar Island Treasure 1H, propriété de owned by Jason Morse. En 9e position, 9th place, le numéro 87, number 87, Whitewater Hyptonic 1H, propriété de owned by Whitewater Livestock. Et en 10e position, le numéro 82, number 82, Barley Butterfly 2H, propriété de owned by Rosenstrom. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la finale de la classe de femelles 1 an senior. Now we continue with the final division of the senior yearling female class.
I can see myself ruffling a few feathers. You know what? This mama cow that leads off, you know what, can be completely blunt, isn't the most opened up, isn't the most stout, isn't the stoutest featured, isn't the biggest boned. But you know what she is the freshest. As a Hereford breeder, I find the breed struggles with this, and mature Hereford mama cows looking a lot older than what they actually do, and that's what I love about this one. Just as far as being youthful, practical, tying her neck good and high at the top of her shoulder, being so smooth blending from there back, having still more than enough rib and body, and at the other side of things, as far as her bag goes, and the way she's built out of her angles and on her feet and legs, she's with no doubt about the best in class as far as that goes. And I've talked about this heifer calf before. I love her. She will give that one a little bit more time. She's going to be really, really good. And like I said before in class, she's probably just a little bit on the young side, and that's probably to her disadvantage today. But like I said, give that one some time. Love the build, love the angles of that one. Just a really, really good kind. The mama cow that follows up here and the pair that follows up here in second, I think as far as some moderation, some body and dimension, you can really, really appreciate her. Just a few things for me, probably more in time with the calf. You can love that one as far as having some rib and body, but just as far as how much flesh we got on that one today, guys, I think she's just kind of pushing the upper limits. And then she's just kind of looking a little stale already, and as a heifer calf to be saying that, I think we better pull back a little bit on how much we're putting into these things. Going back to the mama cow, though, can appreciate her. She's got some youthful pieces, can appreciate her bag, without a doubt, probably the second best in class. But yeah, just a good kind. Just peel back the grain bill on that heifer calf, freshen her up a little bit, and I think they do a lot better here today. The pair that comes up here in third, as far as being big outline, stout featured, heavy constructed, can really, really appreciate her. Just for me personally, the way her bag ties into her body, I think she just reads a little coarse just about her bag and the way her teeth are shaped as well. And then going back into her calf that she's got sitting in front of her, talked about him earlier today. It's all kind of his angles, that kind of where his problems lie. I think he's rocked just a tick too forward at his shoulder. He pulls his top up, ducks his pins, kind of gets underneath of himself. But get that calf on the standstill, you can really appreciate him. That one's got some rib, that one's got some body. You see the features of his skull and his bone. Looks like a stout, rugged kind. Just for me today, like I said, some structural issues. To the female here that comes up here next, I think just first impressions, udder quality would be kind of the biggest thing as far as suspension goes. The way that udder is tipped here as well definitely needs to be changed about that. And that's something that's been an ongoing problem within the Hereford breed but I think before I was a thought. So if we could just clean that up, that'd be good. But as far as the calf goes, mama cow's doing a nice job. Calf is big, long, and extended. That's a pounds heavy option. Just a few things. Get him back on the 3/4 angle. He wants to flatten into his forerib or his hard girth there. And then 2, study him as he walks away. He just wants to narrow up at the ground. Just doesn't match his added shape that'll read up high in his pin set. But as far as having some growth, length, and extension, you can appreciate that one. For the pair that comes in here next, being big outline, long and extended, she definitely holds some class advantages when it comes to that regard. As far as lower body balance, the way her chest is driven so deep in her, she kind of really shallows up into her forerib, and from there back kind of progresses in the same way of kind of getting shallower back to her flank. And then 2, on that mama cow's bag, it needs to be modified for sure. Plain and simple. It's just not what we're looking for right now. And then 2, as far as the build of the cow goes, you get behind her, probably gets a little bit too round out of her hip. But first impressions of the mama cow, big, opened up, high performing, lots of jam to that one. And then as far as the calf she's got sitting in front of her, as far as being youthful and looking like a female, definitely fits the bill. Just a few pieces of balance, and especially when you get into her lower body there. But like I said, a lot of unique pieces about her, but definitely some major things we need to change. And now the mama cow that rounds out the class. As far as being long and extended, sure, she definitely fits that, but as far as teat and udder quality go, need to be modified for sure. Plain and simple, it just needs to be changed. And then baby calf has got certainly a lot of shape up high when you read coming directly out of her spine. Just like I said, some pieces of balance and dimension, and kind of structurally, she has a few more issues. But thank you all.
Alors, les résultats dans les vaches veaux de la race Heifer. En première position, en first place, numéro 59, propriété d'Amanda Boucher avec RW Kit Kat. En deuxième position, en second place, numéro 60, number 60, second place, Christopher Lodge avec l'exhibit Bradley Miss Cinnamon. En troisième position, en third place, numéro 58, propriété de Stephen Godin avec Godin Sugar Time. En quatrième position, en fourth place, numéro 15, number 15, propriété de Mercedes Mastine avec l'exhibit Stonewood Rose. En cinquième position, numéro 63, en fifth place, number 63, propriété de Paul Mastine avec Master B Fancy. Et en sixième position, numéro 61, sixth place, number 61, propriété de GK Golden Farm avec l'exhibit Paulson Bella.
Thank you for your patience there. I've already talked on these Simmental heifers out here in front of you. I've chosen to lead them out here and show them to you head to tail just so you can get a good look at them all and everything. Certainly a good group of cow prospects to represent the Simmental breed, and I think you Simmental breeders should all be proud of the quality out here. It's pretty easy to place, you know, a group of good females, good animals, you know, when there's not hardly any flaws to talk about. So, you know, and that was the case here. I've seen them. I knew what I liked about every one of them, and it's pretty easy to line them up. Thank you for the privilege.
For me, I definitely think there's a superior option in here. I think I'm a cow that's doing an awful job with the calf she's got on her side, and as far as having the extra pieces of look and balance, I think from the side, I think just kind of a higher quality option. With saying that, like I said, short and brief, congratulations to the champion two-year-old pair. Congratulations. With saying that, I was awfully high on the one out of the other division, or the other split, so congratulations to you guys here as well. You'll be your reserve. Yeah.
Alors, la championne senior dans la race Heifer, le numéro 59, propriété d'Amanda Boucher, avec l'exhibit Kit Kat, et la réserve senior, le numéro 56, propriété de Stonewood Grange, avec Stonewood Shorthorn.
Alors, dans la race Simmental, voici maintenant les résultats finaux de la classe de femelles 1 an senior. For the Simmental ring, the final result for the senior yearling female class. En première position, first place, le numéro 89, number 89, Barley House on Fire, propriété de owned by Jerry Barber. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 85, number 85, Great Age Dream, propriété de owned by Keystone Livestock. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 81, number 81, Just G-Star Amber and Ice 12H, propriété de owned by Nathan et Jackie Lashford. En quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 91, number 91, Master R. Heart's Desire, 85H, propriété de owned by Jennifer and Paul Mastine. En cinquième position, fifth place, le numéro 71, number 71, San Swayze Garnet, 223H, propriété de owned by Service Animal Noiseux. En sixième position, sixth place, le numéro 76, number 76, GCL Hidden Treasure, propriété de owned by GCL Simmental. En 7e position, 7th place, le numéro 80. Number 80, Outset Havana 109H, propriété de owned by Outset Catalco. Et en 8e position, 8th place, le numéro 72, number 72, Todd Allocate 25H, propriété de owned by Todd Simmental. Pendant la présentation des résultats de la classe de 1 an senior, le juge a sélectionné 6 championnes juniors de la journée. Les baignards sont une commandite de la coopérative agricole d'Embrun et de Open Gate Farm. So the judge has selected as junior champion female. The winner is the number 89, Barley Arts on Fire, propriété owned by Jerry Barber. Félicitations, congratulations. Et la championne junior de réserve, de Reserve Junior Champion, le numéro 85, number 85, Great Edge Dream, propriété de owned by Keystone Livestock. Félicitations, congratulations. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la présentation des classes de vaches. So now we need to continue with the presentation of a cow class.
I guess first of all, can I get a big round of applause for all the exhibitors today? That was a heck of a show. Like I said before, I'm not one to tie into any extremes by any means. I just want one to be as safe and as practical and as easy to predict of what they're going to turn out like. Yeah, like I said, just kind of the hardest one to fault. And like I said, I'm not one to get out there and kind of look for the one that's incredibly freaky looking, that's going to be the next great show heifer, or one that's just going to be the most practical, safe thing. I want something that fits the bill and reads what I'm looking for. Just having enough body, having enough shape, being right in their feet and legs. I think as we've gotten further and further away from from just regular production cattle, and we get focusing on other ends of the industry. I think feet and legs and structure have definitely become an issue as time has come on, and I hopefully kind of everybody's kind of picked up on that the way I've described and picked them today. With saying that, though, there's definitely there's three out here that I think are awfully nice, and it's a shame I can't pick all three. But like I said, the one that kind of fits the bill and does everything together will be your champion, and the one that follows will be next in kind. With saying that, like I said before at the beginning of the show today, just like to thank everybody back home, my brother Connor, mom and dad, Bill and Sherry. If it wasn't for them, I certainly wouldn't be able to get away today. Appreciate that a lot. But with saying that, I will go and select my champion reserve, and congratulations to all. That was a heck of a show. Thank you.
La grande championne pour l'Expo Boeuf 2021 dans la race Heifer, c'est le chapeau numéro 56, donc number 56, the grand champion female for the Expo Boeuf 2021, Stonewood Grange avec l'exhibit Stonewood Shuttle. Et la réserve grande championne, c'était la génisse de l'année, qui était le numéro 28. Stonewood Rose, propriété de Stonewood Grange.
Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, nous avions une représentante dans la classe des femelles de 2 ans non vêlées. So, in the Simmental ring, we are the representative for these 2-year-old cow class that are not calf. Le numéro 92, number 92, Mekeg Wilma 2J, propriété owned by Firm Terra Agri. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe de 2 ans. So now we continue with the 2-year-old cow class.
I think our red pair really comes to the top pretty fast, pretty easily in this class. You know, she's got a heck of a bull calf standing there. You know, a calf with a lot of performance, a lot of meat and muscle. You know, she still appears to still be wet and working on them, and for that, you know, I commend her, because that takes a lot out of a cow to keep on nursing a calf of that size. But the calf, as far as, or the cows, as far as you go down through them and compare udder attachment, udder size, udder balance, and everything, I think this is the cow that's going to, you know, I'm going to place her up a little higher than the others for that reason, but she's certainly got a, you know, expression of enough milk and everything. The proof is in that bull calf in front. You know, real feminine black pair in second. You know, she gives up a little bit of size and pounds to the cow, but, you know, she's left a pretty good stamp in that black heifer calf. You know, certainly, you know, a young female to look forward as she gets into her prime. You know, the bigger black cow in fourth is a cow that you know, I really like her for her length, her extension, you know, the expression of milk that she has. Just like to tighten up that udder, just balance it a little bit, and I think we certainly have a cow that could be in contention. My red cow is a cow that maybe is not showing quite as much flesh to her as the others and all, but, you know, she's a cow that I think has a lot of workability in her and everything. I like the job she's done on that calf. I see her stamp, her positives, you know, have been put into that calf, so I commend her for that. Certainly a good pair of 2-year-olds, or a good class of 2-year-olds.
Alors maintenant, les gagnants de la classe de femelles de 2 ans, Simmental, so now the winner of the 2-year-old female class. En première position, first place, numéro 93, number 93, Maple Cake Caroline, propriété de owned by Outset Cattle Co. and Maple Cake Farms. Félicitations, congratulations. En deuxième position, second place, numéro 96, number 96, Master R. Sephora 95G, propriété de owned by Jennifer and Paul Mastine. En troisième position, third place, le numéro 94, number 94, San L.R. Garnet 217G, propriété de owned by Guillaume Noiseux. Et en quatrième position, fourth place, le numéro 95, number 95, Donovan Dale Glamour, propriété de owned by André Veilleux. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe de vaches adultes. So now we continue with the mature car class.
I've got a 5-year-old to start this class off with. She's got the strongest udder attachment, certainly a good expression of milk. But, you know, take a look at this cow when she turns around there and presents herself to you from the side and from the front and everything. Certainly a good broody impression, broody look to her, and you see that in that good big stout heifer calf she's got in front. My second place cow is a cow that more resembles the cow here as far as type and the way she's made and everything, just a little bit more set in the legs. She's just a little softer in those pasterns. You know, maybe not quite giving me the strength at top as this first cow, but certainly a good calf in front of her. Black cow is a pretty attractive cow, you know, really presents herself in an attractive manner. If I'm not mistaken, she'd be a 5-year-old. Yeah, she's a 5-year-old and everything. Just a little light in that 1/4, but, you know, small enough teated and strong enough structured cow that I think you can see some future in this cow. Thank you very much.
Alors, les résultats pour la classe de vaches adultes dans la race Simmental. So now the result for this mature cow class in the Simmental ring. En première position, first place, le numéro 99, number 99, Rosemade Dreamcatcher, propriété de Owned by Rosemade Farm. Félicitations, congratulations. En deuxième position, second place, le numéro 97, number 97, Erickson Lady 31F, propriété de Owned by Mark McCourt. Et en troisième position, third place, le numéro 98, number 98, Donovan Dale Delicious, propriété de Owned by Todd Simmental. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec la classe de championnat senior. So now we follow with the senior championship class. Alors, dans l'arène Simmental, les gagnants du championnat senior selon le Simmental Ring, the winners of the Senior Championship Female Class, on retrouve le numéro 99. We have number 99, Rosemade Dreamcatcher, propriété de Rosemade Farm. Félicitations, congratulations. La bannière est une commandite de Sullivan Simmentals. The banner is sponsored by Sullivan Simmentals. The Reserve Senior Champion, la championne senior de réserve, le numéro 93, number 93, Maple Cay, Caroline, propriété owned by Outset Cattle Co. and Maple Cay Farm. Félicitations, congratulations. La bannière est une commandite de High-Tech Farms. The banner is sponsored by High-Tech Farms. Nous voilà maintenant rendus à la présentation du grand championnat. So we are now for the Grand Championship of the day.
I think just as far as some uniformity goes, and I think there's definitely one group that kind of sticks out from the rest as far as just uniformity and then just being extremely high quality. I won't get too in-depth on this. It's kind of broad and big picture, but the group here on my left here will be your champion, Breeders' Herd. To follow will be the group here on my far right, and then to round off will be the group here in the middle. Congratulations.
For you people watching the Simmental show, if you like the cattle that's been led out here before you today, give these exhibitors a round of applause, please. I've certainly been impressed with the cattle that's been led out, starting with the Shorthorn show this morning. Those exhibitors led out some quality cattle, and I've been here twice, and I've grown to expect good cattle to be led out here, and that makes any judging job an enjoyable job, and this certainly hasn't been too much of a labor for me. Yeah, I toiled over the individual choices here and there as I'm doing for this championship choice, but at the same time, there's enough good cattle you're able to pick and put out here in this championship lineup that I think all you will agree that one of your choices is standing out here. I may not pick it for my champion, but it probably is out here amongst here, and there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I really like that fourth place bull calf, that you placed fourth, but that's my choice. You got your choice. You're the one that's going to breed your cows, not me. So anyway, I'm going to go give you a couple of champions. And normally I really zero in on cow-calf pairs. But I think the future of Simmentals is great. The future of Simmentals in Quebec is great. And there's a lot of future in these two yearling heifers. So they're going to be my champions today. Thanks for having me.
Alors, maintenant, dans la race Heifer, on va remettre les bannières. On va commencer avec la bannière d'exposant. En troisième position, avec 22 points, in the third place for Exhibitor, Paul Mastein avec 22 points. En deuxième position, in second place, Bart GM avec 24 points. Et le premier exposant pour l'Expo Boeuf avec 40 points, Stonewood Grange. Maintenant, pour la bannière, premier éleveur, first breeder for the banner. En troisième position, in third place, Bar GM avec 24 points, with 24 points. En deuxième position, in second place, Paul Mastein avec 28 points, 28 points, second place, Paul Mastein. And in first place for breeder, en première place pour meilleur éleveur, Stonewood Grange avec 41 points. Alors, félicitations aux gagnants. L'Expo Boeuf tient à remercier aussi notre juge aujourd'hui. Thank you, Mr. Ted Creech, for coming in Quebec for judging the Expo Boeuf. Il est originaire de Lloydminster, en Alberta. Alors, merci de participer à notre Expo Boeuf. Et l'Expo Boeuf remercie aussi tous les exposants dans la race Heifer d'être venus en grand nombre.
Alors, notre grande championne femelle Simmental de l'Expo Boeuf 2021. C'est now the Grand Champion Female in the Simmental Ring for Expo Boeuf 2021. Le numéro 89, number 89, Barley Hearts on Fire, propriété de Owned by Jerry Barber. Félicitations, une bonne main d'applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. La bannière est une commandite de Windy Ridge Farms. The banner is sponsored by Windy Ridge Farms. Et la grande championne de réserve, de Reserve Grand Champion, le numéro 85, number 85, Great Age Dream, propriété de Owned by Keystone Livestock. Félicitations, congratulations. La bannière pour la championne senior de réserve, the banner is sponsored by Rosemead Farms. Nous allons prendre le temps de faire les photos officielles et par la suite, nous compléterons la journée avec la classe de troupeaux d'éleveurs et la présentation des bannières, éleveurs et exposants. So we're gonna take time to take some official picture. After that, we will conclude the day with the presentation of the breeders' herd class and also the presentation of the winner of the banner of the day. Alors maintenant, les résultats pour la classe de troupeaux d'éleveurs dans l'arène Simmental. So now the results for this breeder herd class in the Simmental ring. The banner is sponsored by Jemison Genetics. So we'll ask a representative to come to give the banner to the winner. En première position, first place, on retrouve le troupeau de tas de Simmental. Félicitations, congratulations. En deuxième position, second place, Dave and Marilyn Gray. En troisième position, third place, Jemison Genetics. En quatrième position, fourth place, le troupeau The Earth of Alliance, owned by Mark McCart. En cinquième position, fifth place, Firm Terra Agri. En sixième position, sixth place, Gerald and Keitha Donovan. En septième position, seventh place, Troy Whitney. En huitième position, eighth place, Sandy Reid. Et en neuvième position, le troupeau de Jason Morse. Félicitations, congratulations. Avant de conclure la journée, nous voici maintenant rendus à la présentation des bannières d'éleveurs et exposants. So before we conclude the show today, we have to present you the winner of the banners of the Exhibitor and Breeder banner. For the Exhibitor banner pour la bannière d'exposant, qui est commanditée par Stonmar Simmental, ou sponsored by Stonmar Simmental. En troisième position, third place with 12 points, avec 12 points, Ferme Terra Agri. En deuxième position, second place, avec 14 points with 14 points, Todd Simmental. Et en première position, first place, with 16 points, avec 16 points, Paul and Jennifer Mastin. Félicitations, congratulations. Et maintenant, pour la bannière d'éleveur, for the breeder banner, qui est commandité, which sponsored by Don Raven Simmental. En troisième position, third place avec 10 points, Service Animal Noiseux. En deuxième position, second place with 11 points, Fusion Livestock. Et en première position, first place with 13 points, Jennifer and Paul Mastin. Félicitations, congratulations. Ceci conclut notre jugement pour l'édition 2021 d'Expo Boeuf. Un grand merci à notre juge de la journée, M. Bill Biglini. Félicitations à tous les éleveurs et exposants. So that's the end of our show today. Thanks to our judge, Mr. Bill Biglini. And I want to wish to congratulate every breeder and exhibitor for your work today.